How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz, the Crypto Goat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and become a student. Become a student, learn how to trade like I do, okay? Students are doing amazing. We just had our first class. We do have one more opening left. So if you are interested, I will leave that space available. Once it is filled, it will be, if you've been a subscriber for a while and you're really trying to get into it, maybe I'll let you in, but you'd have to be a deluxe subscriber at that point to even consider adding more to the class. How's everybody doing today? Crypto is pumping. It's great. It's great to be able to pay the staff, right? Gotta pay the staff here. So yeah, this is awesome. Is it gonna break out on the upside? I hope so. 247 is what we said. Probably we'll see, maybe take some profits there. And 265 would be the next strong resistance point. If it breaks past 265, we're going crazy. Okay, alt season is on and it's going to be good, but we need to break past those two key levels, and $3 is going to be a big spot for support. However, we have this ascending channel, this wedge right here, which should bring it back down. Buying 10K worth of XRP tomorrow. I'm thinking when tariffs come, but I think we pump to the end of the month. I think we do pretty well until the end of the month. But yeah, I think we get a pullback to about 230, 233, and then we go from there. I'll probably buy a little bit more. I'm in the buy mood, okay? I feel like things are finally turning around. If they want to do alt season, Crypto Week was hella convenient. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Everything just seems to be lining up, but they also moved the tariff thing to August, so it's like, is it even gonna, like, do tariffs even matter anymore? I don't think tariffs even matter anymore. Everyone is just completely desensitized, right? No one cares anymore. They're like, bring on the alt season. So and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That means it's nearly irrelevant, or it could be a trap. It could be a trap. They need to pump everything up just before the tariffs bring everything back down. So that is also another possibility. We shall see. Bitcoin is seeing all-time highs and then came right back down. Denied. Well, if this goes past all-time highs and just starts going, expect to see good movement. But this looks identical to XRP. Is it a subathon right now? Let me see. Maybe we should do a subathon. You have the timer up. Oh, I guess, I don't know. That could have been my my management, my agent. Oh yeah, that's right. This, okay, yeah, we set that up a few days ago. I forgot about that. Subathon, yay! I don't even know where to. Maybe it's right here. Subscription goal, subwave on. Subathon set up. Oh yeah. All right, the timer is on. The subathon has begun. I forgot about that. Crypto Pro, thank you for the heart me. Don't forget to send in your heart me's and your popular votes Let's set up a goal. What the heck? What's going with Crypto Oz? There's some good news, some bullish news. I think things are going to be bullish for, remember the moon cycle, okay? Full moon tomorrow. So it'll probably start coming down after that. But with Crypto Week coming up, ISO coming up, yeah, it's going to cause things to pump. Will it push us into alt season? Not if Bitcoin gets all-time highs. I think it's just like a cycle, a unicycle. Everything is going to move with Bitcoin. And that's what we're going to see. Maybe no alt season. I hope alt season. I want an alt season so bad. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Let's get those likes flowing in. Start hitting the like button. For some reason I got flagged for unoriginal content right now. What the heck? I did appeal it, but it doesn't seem to be going through. Mo, how's it going? You know what? I think I'm gonna stop the live and restart. Let's see if it... On the live was said it's unoriginal content. Let me see here. What is going on? All right, I'm gonna start a poll. Smiley faces if you think we're moving into alt season. Crying faces if you think no alt season. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Smiley faces if you think we're getting an alt season. Sad faces if no alt season this year. Nate says no alt season. Neo says alt season. I don't know. I'm leaning towards alt season. I really am. Bitcoin's kind of like a triple top here, you know, and a lot of resistance, but we'll see what happens. Mateo says no alt season. So click on the quick poll and you can cast your vote there. There should be a poll. And you can cast your vote. I guess you can do it in the chat, but I'm trying to do one of those polls, you know. We'll see what happens. I'm becoming more optimistic. At the same time, I just don't think anyone cares about the news anymore. No one cares. It's desensitized, and that's it. That's what I think. I think people are desensitized. It's been war after war. It's been tariff after tariff. They do not care. They want the markets to pump. And that's where I think we're at. That's where I think this goes. me see if that appeal got. I love the meme of the screenshot that says XRP is 238K. Negative 238K maybe. I'll tell you what, I'm starting to become a bit of a believer in XRP. Okay. More or less, I believe in Ripple. But as of right now, Ripple correlates with XRP. Everything going into XRP and Bitcoin, when they cool off, alts will go. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that's when you're going to see that SXT boom. Right? You're going to see Algo, Ondo, HBAR. I would say that XRP may be the new Ethereum for scaling alt season. We'll see. I think things are just so different. Nothing's what it used to be. Nothing's the same. It's all changed. It's all changed so much so quickly. Gene Borton says, hello, haven't been following the XRP price. Is it time to get back into it? Yes and no. There's a potential pullback coming, but yeah, I think it might be time things turn around. I do. The clock is for a subathon, so if you want to gift a sub to somebody or you want to become a subscriber, trying to get to 100 subscribers. Zyzix, thank you for the heart me. Neo, thank you for the heart me. Let's see here. Let's set a gift goal. Let's set a gift goal. Let's get some gifts rolling in. Let's try to get the algorithm pumping a little bit. Let's do some let 'em cooks, right? A couple let 'em cooks. Neo, thank you for the 5 popular votes. Much appreciated. Jesse's not going to be in today, by the way. Jesse didn't show up for work yesterday. I was late. I was stuck in traffic. There was a major fatality on the freeway, and I was stuck on the freeway for 3 hours at a dead stop. It was really, really bad. And then by the time I got here, I hadn't heard from Jessie and she didn't even show up. So it may have been because the freeway. So I get it. So we decided we're going to scrub yesterday and we went live today. I wish I had been on the live though, because I was actually going to throw this on. I was going to throw this on. Here's the thing though. I don't have the green light on yet. I think we could potentially still pump. But bearish patterns are forming. End of the moon cycle is tomorrow. I think we pump till tomorrow, or tomorrow's a blood moon, so it may be the last day. What's happening in 2 days? The end of the moon cycle. So there's actually an indicator for moon cycles. Let me see if I can find it. Look at moon cycles. Moon phase strategy. Look at, there it is. Look at up on the red, the blue. Look at, so we're up. So I would imagine some downward movement. Look at the full moon is tomorrow. Isn't this cool? Thoughts on 50% tariffs? I think they're going to happen. Unless something happens by April 1st. Honestly, I think people are desensitized. I think that's part of it. But I think also it's because it was delayed. People are just like, okay, I'm done with it. It's going to pump. Look at this. Look at this chart right here. Moon phase chart. It tells you when to buy, when to short. This is kind of cool. I'm going to start teaching this in, I know I don't use indicators, but I use the moon phase as an indicator, but I don't need this fancy one. I just know what date things are going to be. Look at, we had a blood moon on the 27th and it was down. And look at, it comes like around, it's the, what's it called? It's this moon right here, this waning or waxing gibbous. Usually right after the waxing gibbous, we get a pump again to the full moon, and then down at the waning gibbous, and then a pump to the full moon. And then look, we're getting another pump to the full moon. This is a blood moon though. So that means tomorrow will probably be red. I told you the moon thing was a real thing. The fact that there's an indicator for it is just crazy. I had no idea. And then I found it and I was like, oh, that's really cool. Let me see here. Moon cycles. So look at, there's just the moons. You have your new moon, full moon. Look at full moon, pump, full moon, pump. Full moon, pump. Look at this one. This one went opposite. This must have been news. April 21st. It already had dumped hard from, I think we got like news switched it around. The indicator is called, you go into your search bar and type in moon, and they have moon phases, moon phase strategy, moon cycles, moon bot, a bunch of different moon, moon ranker, moon phases, all these different moon indicators, and they're all based off of the moon phase. We're going to play around with them in the class. Maybe next month we will do a little bit of indicators. We can go over some indicator stuff. I don't like to use indicators though. If you guys want to, I will teach you how to use them. But let me tell you right now, they're going to mess you up. They're not always accurate. The patterns and the candles are accurate. And even then, they're not that accurate. They're 50-50 sometimes. I'd say it's more like 70-30. You can't get it all. And that's why I try to use the news to gauge it. And the news screwed me up because Donald Trump changes his mind all the time. I'm so sick of Donald Trump and trying to time these things. It is just nearly impossible. Yeah, the patterns are easier and more accurate. And like, look at, let's go to XRP. Look at that ascending channel. All right, anytime it gets a nice pump like that, it's gonna get a pullback, and it could pump again, you know. But if you're FOMOing right now, odds are it's probably gonna pull back to like at least 230. maybe like 233. So like I'm not freaking out. I'm like, okay, if it's reversing and changing, great. Maybe this forms a nice cup and handle right here. And then we go to all-time high off that. Great. Love it. But right now we're coming down. I want to explain something. Okay? Now, I know I haven't been putting the price points lately, okay? And hear me out, people. Okay? I do not want to give you inaccurate information. Sometimes it's best to step away from the chart, give it a little break, get some mind clarity, touch some grass, and then come back. And that's kind of where I'm at with it right now, is like, because nothing is really doing as it's supposed to be. Okay. And I don't want to give you guys information because I know you follow me and you listen to everything that I say. And I love and adore and appreciate you all for that. But at the same time, I have a responsibility to you to not give out information unless I feel that it is going to happen absolutely, positively, you know? And we've been very accurate for a long time. And, you know, that streak hits its course at some point. All right. And I feel like that's kind of where I'm at right now. And it will pick back up. All right. It will become more chartable. The problem is the news and the charts are conflicting right now. And it's kind of hard to say. Thanks, Big Baller. I know we're all human. And that's the thing, is I don't want to give out information just because I feel like I'm obligated to create something out of thin air. No, that's not what I do. Okay. I'm not going to feed you moon cheese. Okay. So if I'm indecisive, I'm not going to put out anything that, unless I know, I'm like, hey, this is happening, guys. Let's go and jump on it. And you're going to catch it. You know what I mean? But we can't do that every time, forever and always. Like there is a limit to it. Okay. So, I decided to touch some grass for a week, stop looking at the charts, take a little vacation from this, and just refresh my brain, because I do think that things are changing. I have been the bearer of bad news for a very long time, and I don't want to be caught in that and biased to it because that's who I become. I will definitely tell you when that sentiment changes, and I think it's changing. I think we're in it, and I think it came a little sooner than I had originally expected. I had expected this to come more mid-July, end of July. It ended up being July 4th, just like Big Baller said. That was the buy day, and I think that was my last price point. And honestly, if you got in July 4th, you're in a great position to hold for a while. Okay. If I feel like that's breaking down and we're coming down further, I will let you know. But I would say that 220 is now a strong line of support. I think it was Danny Gibson messaged me the other day and he's like, hey, is now a good time to buy? And I was like, hey, you know what? 220 support. We're above 220. It's at 220 right now. Right now looks pretty good to me. And I was right. But I also said at the same time, hey, like tariffs are coming. Other news could affect it to bring it down to $2. But as far as the charts say, 220 was a good buy. And look at how beautiful. From 220 to 240, 243. That's beautiful. That's a great move. Make sure you take some profits here. If you're in the green right now, take some profits. It's probably going to pull back. It may not. It may just continue. And I'll tell you what, if we get another green candle to 247, or if we bull flag right here, I think we're going to 260, 265. It's not pulling back. I noticed that. We opened the new candle here. I may have to change the music. TikTok seller, that was a joke for you. Let's look in the 1 hour. All right, let's look here. Do we have a bull flag? What do we got going on here? Okay, it looks good. And this could be forming a flag right here, right now. And I'll tell you what, if this forms a flag, it's going to 247, 250. Yeah, I don't have to do that anymore now, though, because I got the whole thing. It does have to pull back eventually. Yes, Crypto Pro. Exactly. It does have to pull back. End of the month, Ripple sell-off. All right. Stretch it out. There's a cup and handle in here. Yes, there is. Look at. You got your cup. Got your handle. Pump. You got your cup. Oh. You got your cup. You got your handle. Pump. And then the second pump. Boom. That is classic cup and handle move right there. And it could be reaching the top of that cup and handles pattern. It could potentially get more. Let's see if it flags right here. Yeah, definitely textbook for sure. So, and that's great. When you see a textbook pattern, usually it's going to play out, but be careful. It can be used against you by the whales. The news can screw things up. That's why we want to pay attention to those things. Time frame for what, buddy? This is the 1 hour chart. So this is something that's going to happen in the next day or so. But if we get a nice flag right here, I say it's on like Donkey Kong. We're going to 247, maybe 250. And whatever it does there will tell us if it's going to go higher. And I'll tell you what, once it breaks 247, the last strong point of resistance is 260, 265. Been working all day, grateful for all the green, but why did it happen? That's a great question. And let's get into the news about it. Let's understand why crypto's booming, why all this is happening. First things first, tariffs have been paused till April 1st. Or excuse me, August 1st. I'll tell you what, if it was an April 1st, I would be like, April Fools. Okay. That's not so SEC nears streamlined approval for XRP, Solana, and meme coin ETF, insiders confirm. So you buy the rumor, you sell the news. This is a good rumor that spot ETFs are coming for many altcoins. I wouldn't say time to sell, Jason. I would say definitely take some profits. Take some profits at 247. Take some profits at 260 and 265. And if it forms something at that zone 265, we're going to $3. All right. Maybe 280. And from there, that would be a strong indication that we have broke out of the downward movement and we are on an upward trajectory from here on out. So that's the confirmation I'm waiting to see is, are we going to break 260, 265? Right? I'm not greedy. All right. I have a lot of money. I can put it in there. It doesn't have to move very far for me to make something. Okay. But I need confirmation to know that we are out of the downtrend and going into the uptrend, that we're going into the alt cycle, and that we're going to see amazing things. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm more looking into Algo, Ondo, SXT, top 10, 20 to 50 coins those are going to do great. What is everyone doing on secure storage on their crypto? I have an Arculus wallet, but I haven't heard to use decentralized ledger account. Gene Borton, if you're a deluxe subscriber with me on TikTok, I can coach you with all that, setting it up, using it, how to keep it secure and safe. Any of your questions, there's a lot that goes into it. Some people have messaged me and I have been stumped, but what I was able to do is get the resources to actually reach out to Arculus because there was an issue with the Arculus itself. Yeah, I have multiples. Okay, I have a Ledger, I have a Zaman, I have a Base, I have Arculus. I have multiples. I try to keep it, a little spread out. It's a lot of money. You don't want to lose it all and have it all in one place. And a lot of my holdings I put into hard assets. So I've been diversifying into hard assets and to defense contracts, dividend stocks as well. Something more safe and secure, because I've been waiting for the run that we got for a very long time to have it timed right to get my money and be able to retire. So now I want to take less risky moves. These crypto investments are very risky. Okay, so I'm still going to play with a little bit of the money I have set aside that I trade in the market here. That's what pays the staff here. That's what keeps this operation going and gives me play money. I don't really make any money doing this live. We've made 39 cents today, which is great. And Big Baller, thank you for the Let 'Em Cook. Let's see, TikTok Seller, thank you for the 11 roses. Neo, thank you for the Let 'Em Cook as well. What else we got here? Neo with the 5 popular votes and the heart me. But I'll tell you, sending the gifts is still very helpful because it helps boost the algorithm. We only have 14 people watching right now. So make sure you're all hitting the like button. Make sure you share the live. Make sure you're sending in gifts, even if they're just a penny gift. If you're all sending little bits, throughout the live, it boosts up the viewership. All right. And it does help. And that's my main thing, is to get the information out. Share it with the people. So the SEC recently issued its most comprehensive guidance to date on crypto exchange traded funds, or exchange traded products, ETPs. Industry commentators are hailing the document as the first formal step towards the approval of a wave of crypto ETFs. These include those tied to major altcoins such as Solana and XRP, as well as a meme coin associated with President Donald Trump. And we all know what coin that is, right? Trump coin, which is cool. Okay. ETFs is going to be great. All right. I know I've been the bearer of bad news for a long time. Eventually, that downward movement has to turn around. It has to go up at some point. It can't always be downward movement. And I think we are on the verge and the cusp of breaking up to see much better things. Okay. Is it happening tomorrow? No, these things take time. I'm thinking September, November, you're going to see amazing things, okay? And I think right now we're finally where we can start accumulating again. Looking for low spots to buy. Gene Borton says, I am a member of TikTok before you came over to Twitch. Yes. So, yeah, dude, if you're a subscriber on TikTok, just send me a DM. I got you. I'll coach you. You can ask any of those questions you like, and we'll figure out what you need done and how to handle it. And I also do on-demand technical analysis, and I do give you points of where you should be taking profits or whatnot. I don't tell you what to do, okay? I tell you what I would do, and that's on you, right? Dang, Marco, thank you so much for all the gifts. Marco with the 5 GGs, 5 goats. Mar Lopez with a rose. Marco with the 5 love yous so much. Love you so much too, Marco. And a heart me. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And if you're on Twitch, don't forget you can hit the little diamond. It looks like the Ethereum symbol. And you can send bits, which is just like sending little gifts and stuff on TikTok. So, and that helps us as well on Twitch. I appreciate you too, Marco. I am back. I'm sorry that I had a week off and then I had yesterday off. Mother of Dragons, how you doing? Glad to see you. But I'm back, okay? And it's going to be more consistent and get back into going. I will be taking Wednesdays off from now on, just to alleviate some of the pressure I have, and so that way I can schedule my doctor's appointments and court hearings and things and whatever I got to do on Wednesdays, so that way I don't have to actually cancel the show. I have time to do things that I need to get done. I need a weekday to myself. So that's why I've done that. But Jessie has also got her show on Wednesdays. She's, I think she's going to be starting next week. But Jessie's not here today. She's dealing with some things. So make sure y'all follow Revolution starts now. All right. And send her a little love and encouragement. Go send her a message. Tell her that she's an amazing part of this team, and we're excited to see her new show coming up, because we will be doing content 7 days a week now. Jessie will be Wednesdays and Saturdays, and I will be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday will be the TA class. Yes, I absolutely adore Jessie. She's like family now, and she's going through a lot right now. So she's trying to figure out managing work and children and getting out here, and I haven't been paying so well lately. So now that we got a bit of a pump, I can, try to pay people. I've been basically paying in IOUs lately. So viewership's been way down. The money we've been getting in has been way down. That's part of why I decided to do the TA class. I was like, all right, I'm going to do the TA class, even though I didn't want to, because I was like, I'm just going to teach people how to do what I do, and they're not going to want to watch anymore. But, the TA class is helping you guys, and so that's the main thing. But it's also, that is a nice portion of money that comes in to help pay Jessie. And I don't want Jessie to go elsewhere and get another job. So we had a Jessie-a-thon where we raised a bunch of money to get her back, and gave all that to her. And I think I gave double on top of that. And then now we have the TA class. So that's helping facilitate it. And the problem is I need the IT guy. I want Jessie. I need the IT guy. I mean, I need Jessie too. We need Jessie here. But things just don't function as well without the IT guy. So we got to keep him on staff too. I've also kind of stopped taking news stuff from certain journalists now. We still have them available, but I've been trying to look for stuff on my own and add more to my plate. And the idea was to have less. So it'll be fine. We'll get back to business as usual, but we didn't go live for a whole week, and so that, brings things down a little bit. Viewership's down a little bit. Gifts are down because of it. But it'll come back. It always does. I'm not too worried about it, but I want to let you know, just because I don't go live or something like that, do not feel like I am abandoning you. I'm not going anywhere. I do have my days where I'm like, man, what am I doing? This is not profitable whatsoever. Why am I doing this? but I still continue because I care about you guys. You guys are everything to me. You've become my family, and I love and appreciate you guys. But I'll tell you what, I have been struggling. I have been struggling with um, whether or not I can continue to just give all my money away. I will always watch you, Oz, regardless. Thank you, Marco. Appreciate it. Your news and valuable information is the best 100%. No one else does it better. Thank you. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you guys. I will have to say, out of all the creators, there are some great creators out there, but what we're doing here is very professional. And that's what I love about it. I love that we're bringing some professionalism into the space. I think it's much needed, you know? And I want to continue. I want to do this is a hobby for me, okay? For everyone else that works here, it's their job, okay? And I'm a tyrant. I know it. I'm an asshole. But that's because I want this thing to run like ABC, NBC, CBS, you know? That's the vision I have for all of this. I want to do amazing things. And by the way, if you want to give a donation to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, the entirety of this month, any donations that come in, 50% of it will go to I haven't picked which one it'll be. It's probably I'll come up with it very soon. Jesse's working on it. But 50% of all those funds will be going to stop child essaying and trafficking. Alexandria Delgado said, or Alexa Delgado says, thank you for telling the truth about XRP. You're welcome. I think XRP, or at least Ripple, still has a future. I would be more inclined to own Ripple IPO than XRP right now because there's a little bit of indecision. Heck yeah, Ripple is going to be an amazing company and do amazing things, but I'm not quite convinced. And Brooke Odyssey is coming on to the show on Friday. I told her, I said, make me believe. I want to believe so bad. And if anyone could do it, it's probably her. She's very educated in this space. She's been in crypto about as long as I have. She knows what she's talking about. And I feel like if anyone could do it, it's going to be her. Marco, if you're looking to make a donation, I can't post it in here, but you can send me a DM and I will send you the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Or you can go on to Twitch and there's a link on the Twitch side where it says donations are appreciated, stream elements. You click that and it goes directly through PayPal. Last month, we raised $75 for the saveawarrior.org. And the month before that, we raised $75. I want to break that. I want to raise $1,000. I want to raise $1,000 for kids that are being trafficked. I want this month. That's why we're doing the entire month. We're not just going to do like the last week of the month for it, or we do like one day of it. No, the entirety of this month, 50% of those donations will go to trafficking of children and saving them. I believe it has to do with Tim Ballard. Okay, so if you saw the movie Sounds of Freedom, that movie is about Tim Ballard, and he's the one that saved all those children. I believe he was with the FBI. Great man. MVP Eve, thank you very much for the heart. Me appreciate you. Eve, if you're listening and watching, the live got flagged for unoriginal content, and so it's not in the FYP right now. If there's anything you can do about that, I would much appreciate it. MVP, thank you for the 10 popular votes. All right, so we got ETFs, and then let's give this a little gander here. XRP rise after Ripple sells BNY Mellon as custodian of firm new stablecoin CNBC Crypto World. So on today's episode of CNBC World, Ripple selects Bank of New York Mellon as the primary custodian of its firm's US dollar pegged stablecoin reserves, plus Swan Bitcoin CIO Ben Workman explains why Bitcoin is quickly becoming more attractive treasury assets for companies. So let's take a little watch here. And
Bitcoin climbs to the $109,000 level. Ripple selects Bank of New York Mellon to be the primary custodian for the firm's dollar-pegged stablecoin reserves. And Swan CIO Ben Workman explains why Bitcoin is quickly becoming a more attractive treasury asset for companies. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Lindsay Jacobson. Crypto prices and stocks on the rise as traders seemingly downplayed the latest tariff-related headlines of the week. As of noon Eastern, Bitcoin climbed to $109,000. Ether rose more than 3.5% to the $2,600 level, and Ripple's native token
bullish.
XRP rose about
Cosmic.
4% after the crypto firm and Bank of New York Mellon announced today that the bank will be the primary custodian for Ripple's U.S.
I didn't
dollar
send a
and
screenshot. It
stablecoin
happened
reserves
during the
going
live
forward.
just
The
now.
partnership should enhance regulatory compliance for Ripple, the issuer of Ripple USD, and boost institutional credibility for the firm, as well as the fast-growing stablecoin industry. Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse joined CNBC's Squawk Box this morning to discuss the new partnership and why the firm chose BNY.
I think as the crypto industry has emerged from kind of the last administration where the industry was being attacked, working with the most trusted, the most well-regulated, and even the best capitalized partners
I wasn't
is a
even
way to
using the
continue to
videos
build
yet.
trust in this system. And
I was just
stablecoins
looking
at their
at the
core,
chart.
by their nature, it's a dollar
I'm using the
backed
video
with
now.
a dollar in deposits. BNY Mellon has, for a very long time been amongst the most trusted partners out there for as a custody bank. So we're really pleased. We think it's indicative of the shift of tide where we've had headwinds for this industry are now becoming tailwinds. And I think we're going to see a lot of growth.
All right, turning
It
to
happened
Bitcoin treasuries
during the
for our
live. I
main
couldn't
story.
screenshot it because I'm on
Crypto
my
World's
PC.
Tanea McKeel sat down with Ben Workman, Chief Investment Officer at Swan Bitcoin today to discuss the market segmentation of leveraged Bitcoin equities and the opportunity for institutional investors this year.
Swan is a Bitcoin-focused company, and I have to know, we've spoken a couple of times before, but it just seems like this treasury accumulator trend has really blown up in the weeks since we've spoken. What do you make of it?
It really has. And it's starting to feel like it's a more recent phenomenon to people than it really is, given Strategy really launched this in 2020. But it wasn't until we had some shifts in the regulatory environment that companies felt safe coming out and taking this approach and following the lead that Michael Saylor brought. So really over the last 12 months, you've seen this huge emergence of companies entering the market. And one of those, you just had a new announcement this week. Saquon's out of France announced $384 million raise to start their Bitcoin treasury. And so you are seeing the pace accelerating here. And a lot of that is going to be due to the response that you've seen from the market from the prior companies that have adopted this trend.
How do you see this market how do you see the market or the segments within this group starting to play out? Because you mentioned MicroStrategy right up front. Not all of these companies are going to become MicroStrategy, if only because of their early advantage. But how do you see this segmentation going?
It's been very interesting because MicroStrategy really is the only one that's achieved significant scale. So when people look at the market right now and they think that maybe it's becoming saturated, what they don't realize is there's really only one significant player in the market, and that is Strategy at the moment at $120 billion market cap with more than $65 billion of Bitcoin on the balance sheet. But now what you're starting to see is investors are looking for that hyper-growth opportunity that Strategy provided in the early days. So one of the metrics that came out around these treasury companies is called Bitcoin yield. And what
Just
that
sent it to
effectively
you,
is
Eve.
the rate at which a company is accumulating Bitcoin per share. And what you start to see over time is that investors start to get smart about the trends that are at play here. And so they're seeing new companies emerging into the market where they see that hyper growth in the Bitcoin per share in front of them, and they're starting to rotate capital into some of those companies to try to find that 5 or 10x opportunity that a lot of them may feel that they missed with Strategy early on.
what kind of investor does this appeal to? And again, it's become so much more interesting because all of the strategies that we're seeing in these announcements have evolved and diversified. So is this still something for investors who already have a base thesis around Bitcoin and are Bitcoin believers? Or do you see a scenario where retail investors start to join the party and kind of FOMO in through these new equities that are hitting the market?
Well, the beauty of these companies is that they're launching securities that appeal to a wide range of investors. So clearly with a company like Strategy at their scale, a lot of that investment is coming through the institutional channels. But it doesn't mean that retail is not also playing a part here. Particularly in the derivatives, you see a lot of the retail investors participating where they want that high octane version of Bitcoin returns. But when you start to see what Saylor's doing with launching some of these preferred equities, and you saw it early on with the convertible bonds that they were issuing, those are specifically tailored products to appeal to the institutional investors. And the reason is that there's a huge market out there for that. So in one of the recent presentations, they showed there's $100 trillion of institutional capital that can only allocate to equities or to credit products. And so these Bitcoin treasury companies, because they're holding this Bitcoin on their balance sheet, they can securitize around that balance sheet and tailor products that are made to attract those types of institutional investors. So there's been a rapid evolution. It really did start as a retail-focused investment early on, but now you're seeing that trend shift, and it's much more institutional players in the market.
It seems like forever ago since the Bitcoin ETFs launched, which was just last year. And it seems like now ETFs, by comparison, have become a little bit restricted, if I may say. People are looking for yield. There isn't, an index. You can't use those assets in an on-chain capacity. Can you talk about the opportunity for institutions of the Bitcoin ETFs versus this new cohort of companies that we've been talking about?
Yeah, I think the ETFs originally were the very safe investment choice, right? It was in a BlackRock wrapper, essentially, which makes it feel very familiar. It's a familiar product that they can participate in, and they know that they're going to be able to deploy a significant amount of capital through that channel. Early on with the Bitcoin treasury companies, there wasn't enough scale. There wasn't enough liquidity in these equities for them. But over time, that is corrected. And now you see Strategy constantly in the top 5 in terms of volume being traded around that equity. That opens up more opportunities. And because there's so many products being launched underneath one equity, or this basket of equities with the Bitcoin treasury companies as the new ones scale, you're starting to see broader opportunities where they can customize their exposure in the way that fits their mandates. So I think you're going to continue to see institutional capital pouring into these equities for the foreseeable future. And you're also seeing it as a part of launching some of these Bitcoin treasury companies. You're seeing a lot of participation in the pipe deals and in the convertible bonds that are being issued as new entrants into the market are trying to achieve scale to really kickstart the treasury strategy in a way that MicroStrategy had to do organically. Some of these other ones are getting to scale quicker, which is going to help them evolve in how they deploy the playbook and how they create those products that are going to be targeted towards those institutional investors in particular.
Do you see these new companies outperforming the price of spot Bitcoin this year?
I do. Yeah. I mean, when you're able to apply leverage against Bitcoin, that's really the entire design here. So what they do is they try to create heightened sensitivity on their balance sheet to Bitcoin. And what they're doing is they're harnessing the volatility of Bitcoin. Volatility is no longer a risk for Bitcoin treasury companies. It's the core engine that's driving everything that's making this possible. So when you combine volatility with the compound annual growth rate that Bitcoin has seen in the 20 to 30% range, it gives you the ability to really jumpstart your strategy and really perform. So applying that leverage gives you heightened sensitivity to the movements of Bitcoin itself. And that's why you've been able to see these companies outperform with many of the products that they're offering. But what the market's starting to digest now is that not all of the products are going to be the high octane products that are trying to outperform Bitcoin's already impressive returns. What they're starting to do is use the ability to securitize around the balance sheet to tailor make products in a way that appeals to all different risk appetites. Whether you really do want the volatility and you're going for that 5 to 10 times outperformance, you could go to the derivatives market. But now you've got the fixed income products also coming out, which are specific to yield-focused investors. And so you're seeing an evolution of this playbook, and it's making it really broad, where not everybody's coming for the massive outperformance of Bitcoin. Some people want those yields that are coming out of these preferreds or out of the bonds, but there's still a huge cohort of investors that are looking at this as a way where they're going to attempt to outperform the performance of Bitcoin. And these companies need to be very strategic in how they apply that leverage in order to accomplish that goal.
What kind of client interest are you guys seeing in these companies at Swan?
We're seeing significant interest, and it's picked up a lot in probably the last 4 months. Really what you see is that out there in the market, there's an education gap that's out there and a talent gap. So as companies are starting to evaluate this, it's difficult to find the expertise for launching a Bitcoin treasury company. And because of that, they're starting to reach out to the Bitcoin native corporations that are out there, Swan Bitcoin being one of them. Our entire business forever has been around educating on Bitcoin, and we're also building the world's #1 Bitcoin wealth platform. And because of that, we have the expertise in acquiring Bitcoin and custodying Bitcoin. We've been at the forefront of these Bitcoin treasuries forever. People within our organization, myself included, have been equities analysts around these Bitcoin treasury companies. And because of that, we can help them to fast track that opportunity for themselves. There's a lot of complexity when you start thinking about how am I going to structure my risk? How am I going to manage the risks across my organization? Put the right governance framework in place to make sure that we have the rules of the road set before we embark on bringing any additional leverage into our business to make sure that we're executing effectively.
So final thing, we've never had so many different ways to get exposure to Bitcoin, which I suspect is probably still good for the price of Bitcoin for its performance. Is there a downside or are there risks in terms of, I don't know, network usage or adoption of the Bitcoin technology if you have all of these people who may not care about the crypto technology and just want the exposure to the price? If they can get it from an equity, why use the crypto technology? Is that a conversation that ever comes up?
Not very often, because usually when people start going down this journey and they start learning about Bitcoin and what it is that's driving these equities, it causes people to evaluate that underlying commodity of Bitcoin and what are the characteristics of it that make it so valuable to corporations and as well to nation states, as you've seen a lot of those announcements that came out over the last year as well. What they tend to do is they start to look at it and go, what problem is this solving for corporations that it could solve for me? Particularly when we've seen things like the new spending bill that just came out that's going to add another $3 trillion to the deficit. One of the core utilities around Bitcoin right now is the ability to outpace monetary debasement. And that's a problem that everybody faces. It's individuals face it, corporations face it. And when you have an unlimited supply of a currency that's going to need to be printed to handle the amount of spending that's going to be entering the market, investors are now looking for what is the opposite side of that. I need something with defined scarcity. I need 21 million Bitcoin is all that's ever going to exist. And because of that, there can be infinite demand for Bitcoin, but it's not going to increase the supply. With almost every other product out there, if the demand increases, the supply is going to increase. They're going to create more of it. So Bitcoin is totally inelastic to the demand, which means the only thing ultimately that can give is going to be the price. So people who are out there working very hard in their day-to-day jobs and they're creating value for themselves, they're looking for ways to take that value out of a system that they feel is mistreating them. It's devaluing what they've worked so hard to earn, and they're constantly turning to Bitcoin now as the solution for that.
Okay, that's all for Crypto World today. We'll be back again tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
All right. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. That's all anybody cares about. And I tell you what, that may not be good. That could be no alt season. Could be. Here's why Circle CPN could be a threat to XRP's price. Ripple, let's see here. Ripple Labs has a strong opportunity in this space, especially following the resolution of the SEC lawsuit. However, it must contend with Circle, the creator of USDC and EURC stablecoins. Circle recently launched the Circle Payment Network, a solution that leverages its stablecoins to simplify global payments known as CPN. The platform connects financial institutions to facilitate cross-border payments using USDC, EURC, and fiat currencies. CPN allows payment providers and banks to settle transactions in seconds, unlike SWIFT, which process payments through multiple intermediates like correspondent banks. Swift transactions are often slow and more expensive, particularly on weekends when banks are offline. CPN has already formed partnerships with companies including Nuvi, BVNK, Yellow Card, and AAA. Circle's key advantage over Ripple is broader reach of the payment network. It also enjoys a stronger reputation among institutions as it has not been involved in a major legal battle. So, and I agree with this. I think Circle has a leg up. Everyone knows Circle. Everyone uses USDC. I use USDC. And, you know, I think they're going to be the front runner in this one. I do think it's an ecosystem. Okay. Ripple's going to play a role. It'll be shared. Maybe they buy him out. Maybe Circle buys out Ripple. Have you ever considered that instead of Ripple buying out Circle? That is a possibility. Usually you see that when there's like two contenders like this, one will buy out the other. What does that mean for XRP? I don't know. I think we're just still so early. It's still so new. It's all speculative. Big Baller, thank you for the club cheers. Mar, thank you for the heart me. Cosmic Crypto, thank you for the hat and mustache. Appreciate you guys. All you guys' gifts are just incredible. I really appreciate you guys. Let's see. Let's set up a new gift goal here. We got to get the Let 'em Cooks. Can we get some Let 'em Cooks rolling in here? Let's start cooking, baby. 2 charged in a $650 million global Eve, if you're watching, I got another one. Unoriginal content. What is going on? Eve, are you watching? This is a pain in the butt. I'll tell you what. Only 10 people watching. I might just end the live and start over. If I end the live, are you guys coming back? All right, I'm going to end it real quick. We'll come right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. We're back on TikTok. Guess we start all over. How's everybody doing? Don't forget to smash the like button. Everybody start liking away. We lost all of our likes. We lost all of our gifts. We got to start over from square one. Let's see here. Let's. Can we get some Let 'em Cooks? Let 'em Cooks. We need some Let 'em Cooks right now. Let's get the algorithm pumping. Akram, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. I need some let 'em cooks. We need to get 16 let 'em cooks. Who's got me with a let 'em cook? I still got the magnet here. Gotta come back down, but I'm gonna move the magnet up to 220. Akram, thank you for the let 'em cook. Appreciate you. People don't like the RIP on XRP. Maybe that's why I keep getting flagged. Start hitting that like button. Let's get up to 10K likes. We'll get started again. You know what we're going to be talking about? We're going to talk about the Epstein files. Who wants to hear about the Epstein files, man? Maybe I should lead with that. What do you say we put the charts on the back burner? We talk about the Epstein files. Everybody start liking. Get those likes up. Let's get to 10K likes, and we're going to jump into the Epstein files. TikTok seller, thank you for the 12 roses. Got the little twisty mustache today. Who wants to talk about Epstein? I think things are looking good, though. You're still talking about the Epstein guy? Oh, yeah. Is that Donald Trump's quotation there? Everybody spam the chat. All right. If you think Epstein killed him or unalived himself, put a sad face. If you think it was some government entity, put a smiley or a crying face. Crying face for the government did it. Sad face for if Epstein did it himself. So sad, I know, right? Let me see. Let me see if I can do a poll. Let me do a poll here. Did Epstein? I think that's how you spell Epstein. All right. There's the poll. I don't know how much of that case. I just know the island and the client list, right? And they said he unalived. That's about all I know. We're going to kind of go over a little bit, but I actually have some stuff that a case that was brought against Donald Trump in 2016 that was dropped, and the people were paid off. This has been going on for a long time. My first podcast, I talked about this stuff, how Trump probably ran for president just so that he could hide this information. Everybody vote in the poll, yes or no. Click the poll. It should be like up here somewhere. There should be a poll. Maybe I'm not quite sure. Where's the poll at? Actually, you know, let me pull up the live and I'll see here. Upper left. We got hit with the whole we got hit with the nonsense again. Unoriginal content. What is going on? What is going on? TikTok wants me to quit. You know what? Let's go to Twitch. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of it. Put on some music here. Now I got to deal with nonsense. This totally ruins the show. We weren't even talking about Epstein earlier. And my freaking appeal's not approved. I think it's the XRP haters. Look, if I put this up, we'll probably have no problem. Bitcoin and XRP. I gotta get a hold of my agent. This is pissing me off. What'd you miss? Nothing. I keep getting hit with unoriginal content. What's the point of having an agent and I can't even get a hold of him? Yes, I do a technical analysis class on Discord, and then I do coaching on TikTok. So for deluxe subscribers, I do one-on-one coaching, and then on Discord, I do a technical analysis class where I teach you how to read the charts. No, it is not free. Put up the Red Hulk. Boom. The Hulk is back. I'm just so discouraged right now. I'm supposed to have an agent to deal with all of this. And now she was literally in the live when it happened. It says send me screenshots. I'm not even hearing from her, not responding back. I hadn't even mentioned anything. It happened the first time for no reason. We were just business as usual. And then I started the live again and back to the same thing. And then this time the appeal wasn't approved and I didn't even say or do anything. Someone gifted you? Someone gifted me? Marco, thank you for the hand hearts. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the 12 roses. Yeah, unoriginal. And it didn't even get approved. And so no one's watching. It's making the stats go down. It's like when I was going live all the time, I was having no problems. I take a little bit of time off and they just freaking harass me. It is what it is, man. Nothing you can do. But it's like I can't do a show for under 20 people. It like hurts the stats. I have to like end the live now or something. I don't know. And my agent knows that I'm having a problem and isn't even messaging me back. I'm gonna call. I mean, I think we're gonna pull back, but I am bullish. This is annoying. Well, I just got off the phone with my agent. Nothing can be done. I'm screwed. I'm going to start the live one more time. All right. I'm going to restart the live. Everyone come back. How's it going, everybody? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Let's get the likes rolling in. Everybody hit the like button. Send some gifts. Start liking away. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody like away, like crazy. I'll tell you what, I'm a little discouraged right now. I'm a little discouraged. On days like this, it makes me want to give up. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm sure it's just one stupid hater that's like, you said it was going to go down and it went up. And I'm like, well, yeah, because it goes up some days and it goes down some days. I've literally been saying that it's going to go up until the moon phase. It's very hard as a creator to deal with this. It's very discouraging. And I'm here, I'm trying to work hard. I spend hours and hours a day putting all this together just for one keyboard warrior to throw a wrench in all the gears and mess it up. The mental toll that you go through as a creator is just awful. And it's like, and I don't make any money doing it either, and I'm just giving, and to no avail. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do this. I don't know. I'm tenacious, and it's hard to give up, but how much more of this can I take? I don't know how much more I can take. Marco says, we are here for you, Oz. 100% positive. Be strong, brother. I'm trying. I'm trying to be strong. I really am. I'm so discouraged. I'm so discouraged right now. And you just see these stupid creators making terrible, terrible content, and they're just, the gifts are flying in and they've got thousands of people watching them, and it's crap. And I'm over here, you know, working my ass off daily and don't sleep and put all of this work into something just for one hater and a subpar platform to just ruin it all. Marco, thank you for the 10 goats. Yeah, everything's backwards. I think we get a bit of a pullback, but I think tomorrow is the end of the moon cycle. Live is not eligible for recommendations and restricted. This is stupid. Yeah, everybody go to Twitch. I'm gonna leave it on here. We're going to Twitch. Fuck these guys. Just ruined the whole show. What's going on, Fredrum? Yeah, somebody's butt hurt for sure. And it's one of the 9 people watching. I'm moving over to Twitch, guys. If you want to watch the show, we're going to be live on Twitch. I'm sick of this. I don't know what happened. I'm doing absolutely nothing different than what I always do. And now I'm keep getting bananaed for no reason. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm so discouraged, chat. I'm so discouraged. I feel like I'm being punished because I took time off. Jesse's not even coming in to work anymore. Like, is this all falling apart? Was it all for nothing? I'm ready to leave TikTok altogether. I'm really, I really am over it. I mean, yeah, there's good days, there's bad days, but it's like, I'm not going to give up, but I think I'm going to give up on TikTok. I'm so sick of it. It's so much extra work, and it just took, like, it took my whole vibe and soul away from the show. How am I supposed to create content with this constantly going on? Neo says, I'm excited for the ice to melt on Antarctica so we can see who lived there tens of thousands of years ago. Yeah. Big Baller says, bro, you're the best out there. There's nobody like you. You're so good at calling crypto. I know. I feel like I'm losing that edge too. I don't know. I feel like I'm off. Eve, I am out of character. I've lost my drive. It's killing me. I just took a week off, man, and it just came back worse. I took a week off, touched some grass. I don't know, am I losing my edge? Nothing seems to be making me happy right now. What makes me happy is having people watch the show. I don't care about making money. I care about getting the news out there, getting the show out there. That's what it's about. I know there's people watching right now, and I feel so bad, chat, that I'm depressed. I'm depressed because I'm being suppressed. Resonating has been through the roof the last 3 days. It's like upper 70s. Yeah. I own my own timeshare company if you need a place to stay. That's what's up, man. Maybe I need a vacation. I'm excited to go to Vegas for the conference. Red Room, thank you for the heart me. I don't understand. TikTok wants you to be a creator and do all these things, yet they literally, good creators are discouraged to continue. This is why TikTok is going to die. This is why it won't continue, and it'll lose. I don't even know what to say anymore, guys. I'm broken. Yeah, TikTok's being sold to Oracle. Is that going to make it any better? Will it make it worse? Dude, I feel broken, man. I feel like I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Normally I get up here and I'm just on it. And when TikTok does this to me, I lose my edge. I feel like it's only going to get worse. And we were doing so well. We were doing so well. And then all of a sudden, nothing. Back to where we were. Back to square one again. It just keeps happening over and over. Just when I think I'm on the cusp of breaking out and doing something bigger, I get pushed right back to day one. Neo says it'll get worse. We won't be connected to the rest of the world. It'll be censored and propaganda. I know. Eve, we went from like 300 views alive down to, and that's with no promotion, no nothing. We went from 0.2 million likes average alive and 300 plus people watching every live down to 10 to 12 people watching. That's what's got me down. Because I'm working like 20 hours a day on this show, and I'm receiving nothing for doing it. I make like a whopping $2 to $5 a live doing it. I'm paying the staff thousands of dollars a week. What am I doing here? It's not that people are busy. I'm literally getting bananaed by TikTok for unoriginal content 5 times in a row. And so my show is being bananaed from the FYP, so no one's seeing it. The only people that are here are the regulars, which is great. I love you guys, and thank you guys for help lifting me up and trying to make me feel better. Fredrum says, "Hey, I love women, but I love you. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. We're still here to support you, though. I know, and that's why I'm still here. I'm going live, but I'm human, man. I go through it too. I'm having a hard time today. Having a hard time. You know, when you pour your life into something and your entire life becomes that focus, and then there's nothing else, and then someone stupid can just come and rip it away from you, it's disheartening. I'm not giving up, okay? I will never give up on you guys, but I'll tell you what, I'm struggling today. Someone definitely has it out for me. Probably another creator. But I haven't had a hater for the longest time. It's been since like February. Big baller, thank you for that, man. Maybe I'll take you up on that, dude. Maybe I need a little vacation and some beer gator in my life. I don't know. I thought taking this last week off was going to help. Maybe it's somebody, I don't know. Someone maliciously is doing this to the live. It's not AI. It's someone malicious. Neo, thank you for the blow bubbles. Let's see. Can we get a galaxy? Let's see if, oh, I have 20 galaxies. That's a hefty goal. Let's edit that. Let's edit the galaxy goal. I don't want 20 galaxies. Do fireworks. Couldn't find a box of chocolate to send. I know my relevancy and I know my value here. The problem is, it's that when you do something and you put so much work into something and you get nothing in return for it is hard. That's why I gave up on social media a few years back, and I was like, I'm not going to be a content creator anymore. I was like, I'm not going to do it anymore because I was putting out gold prime content and I wouldn't get anything in return for it. And I was like, why am I putting in all this time and energy into something that gives me no return? And now it's even the opposite. I get a little bit of return, but I put in way more than what I get out. And it's just like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? I could literally just be on vacation all the time. I could be cruising around in my Corvette. I could be doing so many things, but I keep going and I keep doing it for you guys. Because so many times I've wanted to just be like, the stress is too much. What am I doing? And then I remember I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for you. Neo, thank you for the fireworks. Appreciate you. Well, maybe we just read the news, huh? Read the news. Act like nothing ever happened. Act like there's tons of people in the live. And here's where I'm at. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I would just pay for a promotion, to get more people. But why would I want to send TikTok any money? Why would I pay them money for them doing this to me? And allowing it to happen. Why would I do that? I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. You're looking at a broken man right now. Discouraged, broken man. I apologize. I really do. I'll admit to you, before I got on the live today, I was not having the best day. Not having Jesse here and just, I was like, do I want to keep doing this? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to keep doing it. It's for the people. It's not for me. It's for the people. And let me tell you, I don't want to do this anymore. I really don't. It would be so much easier for me to just hang up my hat and say we had a good run, whatever, take it as a loss, instead of continuing to pay into something and lose, right? It would be so easy to just quit right now and feel good about it. But I can't. I can't because of all of you. And I won't. But I just feel broken. I feel broken. I don't know how I can continue to do it. All right, let's read the news. Why doesn't the U.S. have a Bitcoin reserve yet? The latest comments from government officials at the creator that have effort suggest U.S. Bitcoin advocates may still have a wait ahead of them. International deadlines in the federal process for the Trump administration to start setting up a Bitcoin reserve have been flying by, but the real hurdle may still be future legislation that remains on the back burner. So far, Trump's crypto advisors and the Treasury Department have cleared the accounting stage and are looking at the mechanics of establishing crypto reserves. The legal standing for the reserves may need congressional action, according to the President Donald Trump's own executive order from March, but other crypto initiatives must come first, lawmakers say. We don't even have a Bitcoin reserve yet. I will never give up. I'm not going to give up. I just had a moment of weakness. We all have them. Let's see. We did the ETFs. 2 men charged in $650 million global crypto scam that promised 300% returns. Federal prosecutors charged 2 men in connection with a sprawling cryptocurrency investment scheme that allegedly defrauded victims of more than $650 million. Prosecutors alleged Omega Pro operated as a global multi-level marketing scam. The 2 face charges of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and conspiracy to commit money laundering, each carrying a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. These guys are doing some time. Are they going to get 20 years? I don't know. Maybe 10. It's a white collar crime. You know, they'll go to like Wesley Snipes prison. I think it's good though. I think it's good that they're cracking down on these guys and going after people. I think they're trying to create a sense of security for the people who are not in crypto, to make them feel like things are going to be okay and your money's going to be safe and we're looking out for you. Because, you know, like people put their money in the bank because it's FDIC insured, right? Like you're like, okay, if something happens, I'm going to get my money back. In crypto, it's kind of like the Wild West. Like you can lose everything. And so there's a lot less security in it right now. And I think that's what they're trying to create. Crypto Mom, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate it. And then let's see. Trump media seeks SEC approval for blue chip crypto ETF. July 8th, Trump Media Technology Group is looking to launch an exchange-traded fund that will invest in multiple crypto tokens, including Bitcoin, ETH, Solana, and Ripple. The filing with the U.S. Markets Regulatory showed on Tuesday. That's the whole thing. So, another ETF. Do the ETFs get approved? Probably, but it's a long thing. It takes time for this stuff to happen. It takes time. It'll get there. U.S. House ditches its stablecoin bill to back Trump's choice from Senate. Heading into next week's Crypto Week on Capitol Hill, the House of Representatives is lining up a few votes as it puts its major focus on the Stability Act. The industry is likely to get its first major win in Congress with a bill to regulate stablecoin firms through questions about the destiny of more important effort to police the rest of the industry. Under pressure from Donald Trump, the House is on track to vote on the Senate's stablecoin bill rather than combining that legislation with its own version. Crypto's momentum is high in Washington with a Senate hearing on Wednesday and Crypto Weeks coming next week. But a number of obstacles remain between the sector and its final legislative goals. If the House of Representatives manage to reach a floor vote on the Senate stablecoin bill next week, it could result in President Trump fulfilling at least half of his mission to deliver new laws for the crypto sector this summer. That'll be a highlight among a bundle of actions during a period labeled Crypto Week by lawmakers hoping to record significant legislative wins in the sector. But the bigger ticket item in this Digital Asset Market Clarity Act to establish first ever federal regulations to oversee the wider U.S. crypto markets. That effort is also going to send some more immediate time to the spotlight during the Senate hearing on Wednesday, as the chamber continues its crypto momentum after notching a major recent win with passage of its stablecoin bill. The Senate bill to regulate stablecoin issuers, the Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Genius Act, will be tackled without an effort to meld its language with the House's similar legislation. A person familiar with the House planning confirmed a yes vote in the House would send it to Trump's desk to be signed into law, and there it would become the first major law to regulate the U.S. crypto space. Hi, Francesca. I'm okay. That development would effectively abandon the House's own stablecoin transparency and accountability for a better ledger economy stable act. As the House bends the momentum demanding by Trump and Senate counterparts, politics is speeding beyond recent suggestions from Representative French Hill that the two chambers could iron out material differences between the bills to find a common constructive landing space. Clarity as the Genius rise towards a potential status as a second major Trump legislative accomplishment in as many as weeks, joined as a budget push. I'm not going to read all this. We already know about this is the part I want to read. So, the Clarity Act. Scott's committee can't move forward alone and also needs the Senate Agriculture Committee to agree to approach, and that the panel is so far trailing. A spokesperson told CoinDesk that Chairman John Boozman is keen to install the Commodity Futures Trading Commission as a chief crypto regulator, and that his committee will pursue hearings sometime this month, through its calendar remains bare. So far, House lawmakers have cleared the Clarity Act through the relevant committees, and a vote from the overall House would send it over to the Senate for consideration. If Trump follows his game plan with the Genius Act, he may urge the Senate just to take the House legislation without putting its own spin on the language and delaying the process. But in most legislative matters, the Senate's more difficult road for passing bills tends to be put into the driver's seat as an effort for the finish line. Let's see here. Industry insiders, including Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse, were set to make a case for legislation at Wednesday's Senate hearing. Once market structure legislation for digital assets becomes law in the U.S., this will catalyze a new era of U.S. competitiveness, unlock efficiencies in financial transactions, dramatically helping consumers and businesses alike. Garlinghouse contended in a testimony he submitted to the Senate Banking Committee. Crypto Week is also set to tackle what has been shared grievance of the crypto industry and congressional Republicans: the idea that the U.S. could ever issue a central bank digital currency. The Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act would block such an instrument from ever being created by the Federal Reserve, with its advocates arguing that the U.S. token could let the government spy on citizens' finances through there. It has no serious U.S. effort underway to launch such a coin to compete with other jurisdictions such as China and Europe. So, will we get that passed? I don't think so. I think they want to spy on us. I think they want all of that. And making that bill, everything will go through and it'll be bullish, bullish, bullish. And then boom, that's the one thing that'll fail. Maybe it won't, but I mean, I foresee the direction they're headed with all this. And like I told you before, I've sat in these meetings before, the fly on the wall, and heard all this stuff. And I know the direction they're headed. They want control. They want surveillance. So putting this bill out there doesn't mean that it exists or it's going to get passed. I hope it does. It'd be great, but I'm a little pessimistic on it. I'm not sure how well it's going to do. All right, now let's listen to this one.
Digital asset company Reserve One to go public via merger, create crypto reserve. Reserve One, a digital asset management company, will go public through a merger with M3 Brigade Acquisition V Corp, the company announced on Tuesday. The transaction is expected to generate more than $1 billion in gross proceeds that will back up the company's crypto reserve strategy through the accumulation of Bitcoin, BTC, Ether, ETH, and Solana, SOL, among other digital assets. By moving towards a public
Francesca,
listing,
thank you for the
we're
heart me.
reinforcing our commitment to responsible innovation, financial inclusion, and the development of a more resilient, transparent market for digital assets, Jamie Leverton, CEO of Reserve One, said in a statement. Leverton is known in cryptocurrency circles for her work with Hut 8 and Riot Platforms, two Bitcoin mining companies. She served as the CEO of Hut 8 for 3 years before moving to Riot Platforms, where she holds a position on the board of directors. M3 Brigade is a partnership between M3 Partners and Brigade Capital Management. Together, they have waded into the special purpose acquisition companies market, wherein companies are taken public via private mergers. Two other companies that M3 Brigade has taken public are Greenfire Resources and Infrastructure and Energy Alternatives. After the merger is complete, Reserve One will trade under two tickers, RON and RONU. M3 Brigade is listed on the Nasdaq and the merger is expected to close in Q4 2025. Related, CoreWeave finalizes Core Scientific acquisition for $9 billion. Crypto reserve companies more popular but trouble may await. Crypto reserve companies have become more popular since 2024, driving attention and more credibility to the space. Companies also betting on crypto reserves include Michael Saylor's Strategy, Metaplanet, Semler Scientific, SOL Strategies, and DeFi Development Corp., among several others. Crypto reserve firms are often viewed as proxies for direct cryptocurrency investment, offering exposure to digital assets without requiring investors to buy or hold the tokens themselves. However, this indirect exposure can make their share prices susceptible to volatility that mirrors the broader crypto market. Magazine, Asia Express. China's MicroStrategy Meitu sells all its Bitcoin and Ethereum.
All right. Circle stock could plunge 59%. Mitsuo issues sell rating. Mitsuo Securities top analysis Dan Delove initiated coverage of Circle's internet stock, which a spell rating and $85 target, implying a significant 59% downside potential from current levels. I'm not going to read all of this, but yeah, Circle's getting ready for the pullback. I was surprised as much as it did pump. So if you got Circle, make sure you're taking profits. Keep one so that way you have a Class A share, and any of your shares you buy stay Class A. All right, let's see here.
1, 2, 3.
Smile. Smile if you guys okay.
U.S. President Donald Trump says he will now impose a 50% tariff on copper imports. He made the declaration at a cabinet meeting in Washington, but it's unclear exactly when the new tariff will take effect.
No one cares about tariffs
Trump
anymore.
also says he will soon announce tariffs on pharmaceutical imports. Take a listen.
We'll be announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals. We're going to give people about a year and a half to come in, and after that they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs and other things into the country. They're going to be tariffed at a very, very high rate, like 200%. We'll give them a certain period of time to get their act together. But they were all here, now they all left. They went to other places.
200%.
Because we allowed, people that sat in this room allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen. The people in this room don't allow it to happen. So we're going to be announcing pharmaceuticals, chips, and various couple of other things, big ones. We did steel, as you know, they're 50%. We did aluminum, 50%. Lumber just came out.
Mention that's copper.
And we did cars. And now, today we're doing copper.
Copper. What would that tariff be on? The section tariff?
I believe the tariff on copper, we're going to make it 50%.
50%.
Copper is a crucial component in a variety of goods, including electronics, machinery, and cars. This increase to the tariff on copper would mark the fourth across-the-board tariff Trump has imposed during his second term. Currently, imported cars and car parts face a 25% tariff. Imported steel and aluminum face 50% tariffs.
Tariffs inbound. Get ready for it. They're coming. The tariffs are coming. I find it convenient that we're getting all this bullish news, and then we're going to have crypto week, and then boom, on the 1st of August, we're going to get tariffs. I think we pump until then. Maybe we pump till tomorrow, and that's it. Tomorrow's the full moon. That would indicate in the moon cycle that we're about to turn bearish. So I think if you're eating the moon cheese, make sure you're taking profits, all right? Not financial advice, but what goes up must come down. Trump announces 50% tariff on Brazil over Bolsonaro trial, unfair trade. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will impose a 50% tariff on imports from Brazil starting August 1st. August 1st. Massive new trade levy is partly in relation to the ongoing prosecution of the country's former president. Trump wrote in a letter, the tariff is also in response to unfair trade relationship between the two countries, Trump wrote, though the U.S. has a trade goods surplus with Brazil. Mar Lopez says full moon is bullish, new moon is bearish. Yes, so we should be bullish until the full moon, which is tomorrow, yet it is a blood moon. So because it's a blood moon, there's a possibility that we start going down as of tonight. So we're already starting to see some of that pullback happen. We could potentially pump tomorrow, but if we do, XRP price 247, I have a feeling that because of some of the things that I'm seeing in the moon cycle, that it's going to be a bit lower. Markets pumped today, charts so hard, it read too sketchy for me right now. I'm just holding my bags. Yeah, I would say probably take some profits, not financial advice. But tomorrow or the next day is probably going to be red, especially with this news coming out. It lines up with the moon cycle. Tomorrow will probably be a red day. Let me zoom in on this. Trump hardened stance on trade deal deadline. Copper, pharma are coming. So he's saying 200% tariffs are coming. Trump's 50% copper tariff could raise the cost of appliances, EVs, and other goods, experts warn. Let's see here. I think there's a clip. President Trump's move to impose a 50% tariff on U.S. copper imports targets a vital metal that is widely used in many products and industries that could lead to higher prices for everything from appliances and electronics to cars and home repairs, economists and industry experts said. Oh yeah, dude, keep your moon bags, of course. Of course, keep a moon bag.
New tariffs. He says copper import. President Trump is imposing new tariffs. He says copper imports will soon face a 50% levy, just like steel and aluminum. Trump also warned tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceuticals could be coming soon as well. The president is expected to announce additional trade news today as well. You're looking at a post from his social media account last night suggesting at least 7 countries will receive tariff letters today, either announcing new rates or deals. Nancy Cordes joins us at the White House with more on all of this. Nancy, good morning to you. What do we know about this copper tariff and when that might go into effect?
I'm putting the red light on.
The president and his aides say that is coming shortly, that copper will be added to the list, like steel and aluminum, of materials that are taxed at 50% when they are imported into the United States. And that's a big deal because the U.S. imports about 50% of its copper, which is used to build things like electric vehicles and military equipment. Some of our biggest exporters of copper are Chile and, of course, our neighbor to the north, Canada. And this 50% came as kind of a shock to the industry. They expected that President Trump was going to start taxing copper at a higher rate. They didn't anticipate that it would be quite this high. It drove up the price of copper to an all-time high, and we're still waiting to see when exactly this new rate goes into effect, but the president said it's going to be soon.
And the when, I guess, is an important piece of this as well, because we've been having challenges keeping track of the other tariff deadlines. The president now says there will be no extensions past August 1st. Right. But August 1st itself was an extension from Wednesday's deadline. So what are you hearing from the White House on why that appears to be moving?
It appears to be moving because the president reserves the right to change his mind at any time. He says that if he hears something from a country right up close to the deadline or even after the deadline, he could always change his mind.
TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 roses.
But there are some really big questions hanging out there right now. The president sort of in an offhand manner yesterday said that he might be imposing
Joe, thank you for the ranking crown.
Tariff on pharmaceuticals sometime soon. And that's something that, as you can imagine, rattled the industry yesterday quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed. Nancy Cordes, great to see you. Thank you very much.
You got it.
Now, as we discuss regularly, these new tariffs come with real costs for American consumers, from higher prices at the checkout to broader impacts on the economy. Market Watch reporter Layla Maiden is here at the CBS Broadcast Center with more on that angle of it all. Good morning, Layla. Great to have you with us. Thanks for waking up early. Maybe you get up at this time usually, but thanks for being here. What is the real-world effect from what Nancy just laid out? This president has said he can change these rates whenever he feels like it, but businesses need to plan. So what are you seeing?
Well, when it comes to things like tariffs on copper, this is a metal that's used all across the economy. We're talking about data centers, which is a big deal for the tech industry. We're talking about electronics, things like even iPhones, although they use recycled copper. When the price of copper goes up, it affects all of these products. And we're talking about the construction industry as well. This is residential, commercial, all of the things that are necessary for the U.S. economy. So it's really difficult to put a price on, how much this impact can be, but we know it's widespread. And this tariff on copper is on top of aluminum and steel already, which goes into a lot of the same products that we already correct. Specifically, electronic EVs, especially things like Tesla, batteries, all of these things combined. And I think the American consumer has an understanding that some of these costs will be picked up by them. As much as companies try to spread that out between their supply chains, not all of it can be absorbed by the company.
Well, I want to ask you more about that specifically, because according to this new Yahoo Finance Maris poll, 80% of Americans believe that they have concern about the impact of Trump's tariffs on their personal finances. Might that, you see the stats on the screen, lead to less spending?
Yes, absolutely. Anytime there's economic uncertainty in the future, the consumer becomes concerned, and so they start saving. And it's not only in the goods that they want to buy as well. We also think about inflation, which the economic outlook this year has inflation going up to potentially 3% because of tariff costs. And then there's also the concerns of when companies have to take on increased costs, they try to cut costs elsewhere, and that could come in the form of jobs, less jobs, even potential layoffs. So there's all of these things that are combined that are creating this economic uncertainty. Consumers also rushed to buy vehicles in the beginning of the year out of fear that tariffs would increase the cost of vehicles as well. So we saw that spike. So we do see the American consumer thinking about how tariffs are going to impact them, buying things in advance, and then now holding on to money as we enter this period. I mean, essentially, August 1st looks like a good deadline. Even though it got extended. We're in a period now of uncertainty, so that uncertainty just got pushed ahead a little bit more.
Well, if our viewers are worried, they've got company.
Yeah, I
at the
think
very
it pumps
least.
till
Layla Maiden, thank you so much
end of
for coming in
July.
today.
It could potentially pump to the end of July, but I'm not ruling out the moon cycle. It could just start going down from here. Confused about things? Stand with Trump tariffs. Here's a handy primer. This week was supposed to mark the deadline for other countries to strike a trade deal with the U.S. or face tariffs of up to 49% on goods they sell in the United States. President Trump is still threatening sky-high import taxes, but he has pushed back the effective date to August 1st, showing more uncertainty. And this is why a lot of people are still sidelined. So a 10% tariff applies to just about everything the U.S. imports. Let's see here. China faces a higher tariff rate of 30%. Let's see here. Imports from many countries initially faced higher tariffs, including 24% on goods from Japan and 49% on goods from Cambodia. Yeah, I feel like this was a bull trap too. It's a moon cycle, It was gonna pump till this day. We kind of knew that, The moon cycle is evident, and the fact that they're having the crypto week thing, that just tells me that they're gonna try to keep pumping crypto right before it dumps so that things stay up, It's manipulation at its finest. It's to get you to FOMO in right now, right before it dumps. Federal Reserve June minutes to reveal rate cut plans. The Federal Reserve is scheduling to release the minutes from its June meeting at 2 a.m. tonight. This disclosure is expected to offer a window into central bank internal discussions and future policy trajectory. During the June meeting, the Federal Reserve kept the federal rates within the range of 4.25% and 4.5%. While forecasting 2 rate cuts before the year ends, the minutes are anticipated to allocate the reasoning behind these decisions and the economic outlook that guided them. So this information coming out is for later. Joe, thank you for the deluxe subscription. Much appreciated. And don't forget, if you are a subscriber, you can gift subscriptions to someone else. So if you wanna send a subscription, much appreciated. You can also send a donation. If you want to send a donation, send me a DM, and I will give you the information on where you can send those donations. 50% of all donations this month will be going to an organization. We haven't picked the organization yet. I should have it picked by tonight. I'll post it or something. But we're going to be donating to stop trafficking children, okay? Essaying children, something like that. I want to do something that is in line with Tim Ballard, whatever his it might be called the Tim Ballard Foundation, but I'm not quite sure the name. I've just been so busy, I haven't had a chance to do it. But everything that we get this month, 50% will go toward that cause. Yeah, I feel like we're in a bull trap. All the news looks bad. And with the moon cycle, I think we're headed for the pullback tonight, to be honest with you. From Newsweek, Iran could assassinate sunbathing Trump at Mar-a-Lago. This is Khamenei Ale says. I can't pronounce that. This is the FATWA against Trump won't work out well. This is the statement that the Secret Service gave.
Issued by there's a fatwa issued by 2 of the Iranian ayatollahs against President Trump, citing that if he attacks the supreme leader of Iran, it would be halal for Shiite followers to kill him, to assassinate him. Are you aware of that fatwa, and what's your response to it?
Look, it's a little out of my lane, but we got the strongest president in history of this country in office right now, so I don't think that worked out very well for him.
All right. And Anali, the Iranian supreme leader, joked that Iran could assassinate President Trump at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. Trump can no longer sunbathe in Mar-a-Lago because he's lying down. A micro drone might target and strike him right in the navel, said Mohammed Jad, a regime figure and advisor to the supreme leader, Iran Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Blah, blah. I can't pronounce that. I can't even. How am I supposed to say that? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so there he is. The orange man is going to get a little bit more pale because he can't sunbathe. The orange man is going to turn white. Just kidding. He uses a fake tan. Listen, I don't tan, okay? I don't want to get blown up in the nasal, all right? Listen to me. I'm going to be fake tanning again. It's going to be beautiful. Everybody says I'm the orangest of all. Everybody says so. Trump says he's not happy with Putin and blames him for killing a lot of people in Ukraine. See here. President Donald Trump said Tuesday that he's not happy with Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin, saying Moscow's ongoing war in Ukraine is unaliving a lot of people on both sides. I'm not happy with him. I can tell you that much right now. This is unaliving a lot of people, Trump said Putin during the meeting with his cabinet. The president also acknowledged that his previous suggestion that he might be able to coal Russia's president into bringing the fight to a close and quickly ending the Ukraine war has turned out to be tougher. It is notable that the president has all but aligned himself with Putin, and moments in the past he has praised Russian leader effectively. Blah, 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 nothing here. That's pretty much it. Okay. The orange man is never happy. I'm never happy. I always tell everybody so. I don't like what they're doing. Okay. Trump's sudden shift on weapons for Ukraine takes the war back to square one. I gotta move this so I can read it. Here, let me turn the focus back on. Ta-da! The red lights are on, people. The red lights are on. Okay? I turned them on. Done playing games. All right. I think tomorrow we're going to see some red. Maybe not tomorrow, but very soon. Okay? So make sure you're taking profits, not financial advice. Not financial advice, but come on. Let's be real here, all right? Let's be real. Trump's sudden shift on weapons in Ukraine takes us back to square one. Let's take a look at the video.
With Redfin, you'll know the moment.
All right. In the past 48 hours, President Trump has perhaps said the most forcefully direct words aimed yet on arming Ukraine. And in the same period, the Kremlin have given their blanketest indications that the White House are not interested in a realistic negotiated sentiment of war.
Last week, Mr. President, you want to send more weapons to Ukraine, as you said last night. Last week, the Pentagon paused some shipments of weapons to Ukraine. Did you approve of that pause?
We wanted to put defensive weapons because Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I think that's a question for the Pentagon.
A pause.
Weight loss by Hims includes personalized treatment plans with options like GLP-1 injections or oral medication.
All right. So they're sending funding to Ukraine again. They're sending money to Ukraine again. That means inflation. All right. And why are rates not coming down? Because Jerome Powell is worried about inflation, right? So they're sending a whole bunch of money over to Ukraine. Yep, it's increasing the debt too. Exactly. So rate cuts in July? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think so. Rate cuts may happen, okay, but Jerome Powell already said that he wants to see trade deals. We're looking at reciprocal tariffs coming in and all kinds of tariffs coming in, all right? Job reports have been good. Jerome Powell said unless there was an unemployment crisis, he wasn't going to do anything. I don't think we're going to get rate cuts. If you read the news and the way they put out the Fed rate cut information, it all sounds like, oh yeah, rate cuts are coming every time, and then they don't come. And so I'm just not believing it. The proof is in the pudding. We're seeing it every single day that, hey, like this is happening, right? and nobody wants to believe it. Mitch McConnell rips Pentagon's isolationists and retainers after Trump restarts Ukraine aid. The latest broadside from the former Senate GOP leader has emerged as a foil to Trump on Ukraine and other defense issues. Came after Trump said Monday that aid would again flow to Kiev after the Pentagon paused some weapons shipments. Boom. There it is right there. That's all you need to know. They're sending more money to Ukraine, which means more inflation. More inflation. Get ready. I don't understand. Like, nothing seems bullish other than they're going to have crypto week and ISOs coming out. Like, that could continue things to pump. But ISO really has nothing to do with crypto, okay? ISO will create a pump because people are stupid and they don't know anything about anything. People, the moon cheese is real, okay? I'm gonna say moon cheese is gonna keep it going up. Make sure you're taking profits. But on August 1st, I expect another big dip, and that's probably when I'm gonna buy. Yeah, that's why I still hold some too, man. But I'm probably going to make my buy beginning of August, sometime in August. It's a nothing burger. It's like from beta to VHS. Exactly. The whole crypto week thing is just a way to pump the markets right before they know a big dump is going to come. Because if the markets are inching downward and then this happens, it crashes things. They can't have that. Oh no, Trump would look bad, right? He would look bad. We can't have that. We can't have the orange man looking bad. He can't be crashing the market. So instead, he'd rather you, the regular person, lose everything you have, because the MAGA will say, yay for Trump, we lost all of our investments. We made no money. If any of y'all short, get ready. Yeah, exactly. I think the big short is coming. All right. This is concerning news right here. Taiwan holds huge war games to role play Chinese invasion scenarios. Let me tell you something. If China invades Taiwan, we will get involved. 100%. The issue with Taiwan being taken over by China will be the end of the U.S. If Taiwan is taken over by China, we're cooked. We will get involved if this happens. Mark my words, okay? I don't know necessarily if it's boots on the ground, but expect more inflation because more aid going over there. And this is something very concerning. This is the most relevant news as far as war goes. If we lose Taiwan, we are cooked. They produce all of our semiconductors, everything. You know how the whole war is over rare earth minerals right now? In the past, it's been about oil, right? This time it's about rare earth minerals. All those rare earth minerals are used to create everything that is built in Taiwan. And that's where we get all of our electronics and semiconductors and things. It's all made in Taiwan. If we lose that, it's over. And the fact that Taiwan is role-playing invasion scenarios with China, this is a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. This right here would be the start of World War III. I mean, we're already in it, right? But it could become official. Like, I don't think they're ever going to call it World War III because they don't want to fearmonger that kind of crap. It'll be called something else, but we're in it, okay? This is the next front, all right? This is the next front. And it all has to do with rare earth minerals, and the new technology that is being produced is coming out of Taiwan. Is coming out of, we need those resources, and we need to create this new infrastructure and all this new digital stuff that is coming out. This is a big key part of the entire thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you get the point. Trump and Netanyahu meet to discuss Gaza's deal push. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meet for 90 minutes on Tuesday evening discussing efforts to reach a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal. Why it matters, the two leaders had dinner that night, but weren't scheduled to meet again during Netanyahu's visit to Washington. The newly added meeting came amid renewed optimism surrounding negotiations for a 60-day truce in Gaza. And here's the thing is, 60-day truce, okay? Every time there's a ceasefire, they're like, oh, the war is over. There's time limits put in these. Jessie is still doing the show as far as I know, but she's just dealing with some things right now. And I'm trying to be less of a tyrant and just allow her to deal with whatever it is she's got to deal with. But yes, Jessie is still a part of the show. I don't know if she's going to be doing her show this week, though. Maybe next week. We shall see. I know she's got a lot going on. She's having a hard time right now. Send Jessie some love. Go reach out to her. Tell her how much you love her, how much you appreciate her. Let her know that she is a vital part of this show and that her new show is going to change lives and influence so many people. And it's important that she stays around. All right, let's talk about Epstein. Epstein, baby. So here.
Yeah, sure. If
Hey, Pam, could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein. Yeah, sure.
A minute missing. How convenient. And let's just speculate here, okay? If somebody wanted to unalive this guy, right? And it was planned and he's this high profile thing, even if it's a regular thing that happens every time it's reset every day, wouldn't they know that? And couldn't they use that as the opportunity? Oh, no one in jail is safe. 100%. The jails, they do not care about you. They do not care. They let people die in there. I believe that Trump is on that list too. Yeah, a minute just gone every single day. Even if that is true, they know when that minute happens and they could easily plan it to take advantage of that minute. And why would it have a minute like that? Wouldn't they have like some type of way where it can not have a minute missing? That seems reckless to me. That seems incompetent. That seems like poor infrastructure. But let's just entertain the fact that that's right. Okay, it happens all the time. Every time that there's a minute missing every single day, it's very normal. And everybody knows about it. So why wouldn't they take advantage of that minute? Why wouldn't they? Why do I believe Trump is on the list? Because Elon Musk said it. And because of the pictures of Trump with the young girls. That's why. And Trump being on the flight logs. This has been known since 2016. In my first podcast I used to talk about this. The whole reason Trump ran for president, in my opinion, is he did it so that he could get his files sealed by the Secret Service. He's guilty as sin. Everyone knows it. I think you're right. I think you're right. How about the interviews with the victims? Exactly. There's so much. And the victims, basically, they got paid off, okay? They said, hey, if you guys shut up, we'll send you some money. And they're like, okay. Speaking of which, let's take a look at this. So this is a court document that actually exists.
What I'm about to show you is an actual court document filed in 2016. It accuses Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of terrible acts against a 13-year-old girl. Look at this. So this girl was promised money and a modeling career to attend some parties in New York that were held at Epstein's residence. At least 4 of these parties were attended by Trump. And by the time of 1994, Donald Trump had known Epstein for at least 7 years. Here's a quote from Trump. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Here's another quote from Trump talking about Epstein. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. Trump knew that this girl was just 13 years old. And here's where it gets terrible. Donald Trump initiated contact with the plaintiff at 4 parties, and on the 4th and final encounter with Trump tied her to a bed, exposed himself to her, and proceeded to forcibly grape her. During the course with his savage act, the plaintiff loudly begged Trump to stop, but with no effect. Donald Trump responded by striking this girl in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wants. And you guys can read all of this, but I'm going to finish off here. Immediately following this grape, Donald Trump threatened the plaintiff that if she ever revealed this to anybody, he would have her family killed. But look at this. Read this whole thing if you want to. It's absolutely terrible. Unfortunately, this case was later dropped, but not because what happened wasn't true, because Donald Trump threatened this girl's life and her family's lives. And this isn't fake, this is an actual court filing. I think we all know why this has gotten so little attention. Ask yourself why the same people screaming "protect children" are supporting this guy. What I'm about to show you is...
Okay. So can we talk about this on TikTok? The reason why I chose TikTok videos to cover this is to cover my own butt. Okay. These are videos from TikTok. So there's a little layer of protection there. Where was all this during the campaign? Exactly. Where was all this during the campaign? It was swept under the rug. We've known this since 2016. None of this is new news. The problem is people forget. People just forget what and act like it never happened, and Yeah, it gets swept under the rug. Swept by who? People. You'll hear about everything will be in the news or whatever, right? And it'll be the top story. Everyone's talking about it. And then all of a sudden, the government comes out and says, aliens are real. We have footage. Here's new footage of the aliens. And then everyone moves on to the next thing to talk about. And they just forget about it. TikTok seller says Texas will get swept under the rug just like the North Carolina hurricane. I agree. All of it. All of it's getting swept under the rug. This is how they do it. They release it out, they let it become a big story, and then they pump you with something new to distract you. The mothership in Fort Keys is holographic. Maybe so. Either way, have you read the book Behold a Pale Horse? If you have not read Behold a Pale Horse, I highly recommend you go read it. It's also an audiobook too. Bill Cooper. That's where I get that line from. Listen to everything, believe nothing. That is a quote from Bill Cooper himself. I added to it, listen to everything, believe nothing, question everything. Okay? But that is from Bill Cooper. Read his book, Behold a Pale Horse. I implore you. It's a bit out there, a bit of a long read, but when you get to the end, you know, he was worked for the intelligence agencies, right? I want to say he was like MI6 or something like that, right? But he says that he believes that they will use the aliens as a way to distract, and that he doesn't know if the aliens are real or not. It could have all just been set up. I believe there's a part in the story where he was accidentally saw like an alien on a table, or maybe that was a different guy's story. But what I believe is it's either real or it's something that they create and they give people just little bits of information to put it out there to make it seem real or be discrediting. I have a friend told me the aliens are holographic and never get on the bus. Yeah, don't get on the bus. Agree with that one. If aliens come and invade, let me tell you something. It could be real, or it could be something fake. Either way, we can't trust anything we're told, and this Epstein thing is proof of it. So let's talk about Epstein some more. We'll get more into the alien stuff. So Epstein, right? Let's take a look at the video that they released. So this is the video with the missing footage. And what's strange is an hour before this footage, a like hooded figure walks back there. But you see how the time here changes? Watch it one more time. Watch the time right here. There's a minute missing from this. Watch when it slows down. 58. And then, boom. See that? A whole minute missing. And they say that's normal. It happens all the time. But wouldn't that be the prime time to go and do something? They know they have a minute. I want to see other cameras from other angles to see if anyone was headed that direction before that minute. You know? There's got to be more to this. And let's listen to this, okay? This makes perfect sense.
Jeffrey Epstein has no client list, but I ran an escort agency for 5 years. During one of those years, I actually kept track of my clients and my list is over 10,000 names. When I was arrested, the prosecutors wanted my list. I told them they could have it if they went after the men the same way they went after me, which was to take all of their money and arrest them by an armed SWAT team. And guess what? They didn't want my list. They just wanted to cover up who was on there so it never got out to the public. The same way with Jeffrey Epstein's list. We will never know who's on there. It's a cover-up. Jeffrey Epstein.
Boom. That makes perfect sense. This woman was arrested. They wanted her list of clients. They didn't want the list of clients so that they could go after them. No. So they could hide it because these are high profile individuals. We're talking about intelligence agency individuals, government individuals, people in power. That's why it's all going to be brushed under the rug. Now let's talk about why. Let's talk about why. Okay? We all know that Prince Andrew was involved in all of this, right? And that was proven and happened. But why would, let's just say for 1 minute that Trump is not in this. Okay? Let's say that Trump is not, I do believe that he is implicated, but let's just think about this for 1 minute. Let's just say that Trump is not implicated. Why would they still cover it up? Why? Anyone know why? Let just entertain for a moment. Why would Trump cover this up if he wasn't on it? Let's just entertain that for a moment. Can anyone tell me, chat? Can anyone tell me why there's a possibility that this would be covered up even if he wasn't? TikTok seller says his friends are on it. It's even deeper than that. Here's the thing. The elites buy the children stolen for trafficking. Normal people can't pay the money. I will tell you why. Hey, AB, how's it going? I will tell you why. Okay, let's just entertain the idea that Trump is not on any of this. I know guidelines. I'm trying to be careful. Yes, they use the code word pizza. Pizza party. Remember Ellen with the pizza party thing? All right. We can talk more about we'll have to go to Twitch for that. Actually, let's all go over to Twitch right now. Everyone come to Twitch. We're going to talk about things that we can't say on TikTok. So, Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come over to Twitch. Don't miss out, guys. We low viewership on TikTok anyway. Everybody come on over there. We're going to talk about things. B says, I'm here. How you doing, B? Glad to see you, man. Get your Twitch downloaded. I'll give you a few minutes. Get your Twitch downloaded. Come on over. Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Don't miss out. We're going to have a Twitch exclusive for the next hour. We're going to be talking about things that we cannot say on TikTok. And that's why we have Twitch, okay? There has to be a place that we can have these conversations. So, TikTok sellers got it pinned on the chat there. I'll give you guys some time. We'll talk about a couple other little things. In the meantime, make sure that you follow Revolution. Let me see. Where's her? Okay, here. So miss out on it. All right. Make sure you send her a follow and show her some love. Let me move this over so you guys can see on the Twitch side here. We'll smooth things over and sign up for HelloFresh. Click the little HelloFresh link here right above my head and get amazing meals delivered directly to your door. Use my promo code and get 10 meals for free. I'm here, high profile people. They're all over this list. Orange Man is the guilty as all, no morals. I'm going to give everybody a little time to come on over. And so if you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you get onto Twitch. We're going to have a little exclusive where we're going to talk about things that we can't talk about. In the meantime, make sure you follow Jessie at Jessie the Fact Checker. She's the fact checker for our show. She is having her own show that she's going to be doing on Wednesdays and Saturdays to kind of help alleviate some of the burden off of myself. And also, this way we're doing 7 days of content. So Monday through Saturday, live shows every day. And then on Sunday, I do the technical analysis class. If you want to sign up for the technical analysis class, okay, I do have one more spot available. If you are a deluxe subscriber and you've been subscribed for a while, I may consider letting you in the class if that spot fills, but I'm trying to keep the amount of people in it low. Okay, I don't want to overwhelm it, and I want to be able to be close with you guys and teach you individually so it's not too overwhelming. But I did notice the first class that we did, it wasn't too overwhelming, so I may allow a few more people in. TikTok seller says, I like the class. Yeah, dude. Hey, you did a great job identifying those patterns as well. I'm really proud of you, young man. So if you're interested in that, and also on Twitch, we have the link where you can send donations. All right, so is everybody moved over to the other platform? We're going to have spicy content. We're going to talk about things that we cannot talk about. Oh, did we just... Don't want to leak info. Yeah, I know. All right, we'll get everybody a chance. ABS Writer, welcome to Twitch. This is when TikTok's having issues and it's like glitchy, or if we do these special lives where we talk about things we can't talk about, this is where we are. And let me tell you, your viewing experience is just going to be better here. I'm telling you. It's not glitchy. The audio's better. The video's better. Everything's better about it. So welcome. Glad to have you. What was her TikTok? It's ABSXS Writer. Same on TikTok. Yeah, glad to have you. All right, I'm going to give you guys just a couple more minutes to come on over from TikTok. Just a couple more minutes. There's 8 of you on Twitch. That's awesome. We used to do like 24 people on Twitch, but it's kind of, I haven't done anything there for a while. What's the name? Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Same as on TikTok, same as on YouTube. Any platform will always be the same. And there's a lot of fake goats out there, so be careful. I will never reach out to you first. You will message me first, and then I will talk to you from there. And you have to be a deluxe subscriber in order to get that. Yeah, a whole hour of Twitch today, guys. It's going to be great. All right, everyone. If you're watching on TikTok, I feel sorry for you because you're going to miss out on a really good show right now. So make sure you come over. TikTok sellers got it pinned in the comments there. Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. I'll give you guys just a few more minutes. We'll do a little promo and then we'll go onward and forward. Yeah, man. I've been missing you, B. It's glad to see you. Still can't log in? What do you mean you can't log in? What's the issue you're having? I'm going to do some promo to buy you guys a little bit of time. So this is our new schedule for the show. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Obviously, today's Wednesday. We're going live because I did not go live yesterday. Your password. Maybe create a new account, man. Try to figure it out. Password recovery, all that. You got a little bit of time. I'm gonna buy some time for you to give you a chance to get over there, because I want everybody to catch this awesome show that we're gonna have. Still not walking, man. You'll get back on your feet. I'm glad that you're still with us, though. I know what you mean, though. I'm about to have surgery myself, man. Your schedule changed my schedule. I'm trying to keep up with you. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're just taking off Wednesdays, okay? It's still the same schedule, but I'm taking Wednesdays off, and Jesse's going to be doing her live on Wednesdays from 3 to 7. So Wednesdays and Saturdays will be from 3 to 7 with Jesse. And mine will be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday from 5 to 9. Trying to catch new people, different time slots. So it's basically 7 days a week now, because Sunday will be the TA class. All right. So make sure you know what's going on. And then remember, you can find the link for this in my Discord, where you can get hoodies, t-shirts, mugs. I got my mug right here. Awesome, good quality mugs, good quality t-shirts, stickers. And whoever wins in the TA class, I'm going to give out stickers. We're going to do stickers for the first one. And then if you win again, you get like a mug. And if you win again, you get a t-shirt. If you win again, you get a hoodie. And then like if you win like 6 months in a row straight in the TA class, maybe we'll do like a vacation or something. The VA is taking really good care of me. They even put racing straps on my scooter. Nice. Oh, racing stripes. That's cool, man. I'm glad you're recovering. You're doing well. And then Brook Odyssey on July 11th, this Friday. This is going to be a good one. Do not miss this live. I'm up 2K on the paper trading. I always forget to trade on it. I haven't even traded on it yet. You're ahead of me. I'm waiting for... Are you doing shorts on it at all? I'm not doing any shorts. So I'm waiting for the dip to come, and then I'm going to buy the dip and wipe you all with the floor. So don't worry, you're ahead of me, bro. You're already up 2K more than me. So Brook Odyssey, 5 p.m., July 11th. This is going to be a good show. Don't miss this one, guys. And show up. Make sure that everybody's liking and putting in the work. So we're going to move over to Twitch now. For a Twitch exclusive, we're going to talk about the Epstein stuff. Talk about things that we can't talk about on TikTok. So if you're watching on TikTok, I'm sorry. That's a bummer. That's a bummer for you. All right. We will see you all on Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. All right. We are on Twitch now. What is going on, fam? Let me see. I got to move a few things around here, so bear with me. Boom. Made it, damn, was more difficult than logging into my bank. Well, I'm glad you're here. We got 10 people. That's as many as we had on TikTok. So it looks like mostly everybody moved over. That's awesome. Glad to have you guys. There is ads, okay, and I do apologize. So if you watch the ads, okay, then great. If not, you can subscribe and be ad-free. If you have Amazon Prime, I believe that you can use your Prime membership for your subscription. All right. Where were we with Jeffrey Epstein? So I'm a follower, not a leader, apparently. I resubbed with Prime. It's free every month. Exactly. So you can subscribe with Prime. And if anybody can't afford a subscription, put it in the chat. Maybe somebody will gift you one. So if you don't have one yet, and you can't afford it, reach out. Maybe someone in the chat will hook you up. If not, you're just gonna have to watch the ads, and hopefully you don't miss anything. And if you do miss it, I know everyone has Prime, exactly. But if you miss it, it will be recorded and you can go back and watch it on YouTube, okay? It'll be uploaded and it'll be there for you to watch tomorrow. I'm probably going to have to edit out the whole bummer in the beginning of this. Oh, and here, subscribe to HelloFresh and use my promo code BOGHF158726 for 10 free meals plus free add-ons for life. One item per box with active subscription if you're in the US. Outside of the US, the local discount will apply. Free meals applied as discount on the first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. Click the link below and use my promo code and get your HelloFresh meals delivered to your door. I'm telling you right now, I love HelloFresh. It's amazing. It's delicious. It saves you money. It saves you time. You are healthy. It's great. Oh yes, you can also rewatch the stream on Twitch itself. If you miss something because of the ads, okay? All right, so let's get into it. We got 1 hour here. All right. So, Jeffrey Epstein, right? And we were talking about what if Donald Trump didn't do it, right? What if he's not on the client list? What if all of that, right? That's where we were at. Why would he still cover it up? And I'll tell you why. Because we're talking about very high profile individuals potentially on this list. We're talking about foreign leaders and influencers, prominent government officials, Pentagon intelligence officials are probably all on this list. Okay. And not just our government, but other governments as well. So here's the thing is, if these people are on there and this does come out, it could not only crash the markets, it could cause destabilization across the globe in an already unstable environment. It could cripple economies. It could do very, very bad things. Okay? So I understand. I understand the idea of why. Okay? But you guys ever see the Watchmen, the comic series Watchmen? Remember how he's like, you can't release this information. It could destroy the world or whatever. And that's me, man. Let me ask you, chat, if you had this information yourself and you knew that people were going to die because of it, because I'll tell you what, that's what would happen. Okay. If this comes out, people will die. All right. People will die. Innocent people will die because of it. If you had this information and you knew that it could be this drastic, this so incredibly disruptive of the world that we live in today, would you release it? Tell me, chat. Would you put that burden on yourself to do that? I'll tell you what, right now, I would. I would. Because these people should not be able to get away with this. So we're protecting the rich to hurt the children they take. They don't want killed, so I probably wouldn't. Yeah, it's a hard one to say. And that's the problem, is these rich people know that they're untouchable. They know what's going on. They know that the information can't get out, because if it did, it would cripple so many things. It would just destroy governments. It would take lives. You know? So they know this. That's why they're so brazen. That's why they don't care. That's why they operate in the ways they do. They know that they can't get caught, because if they did, it would just completely destroy everything. And they know that. And they use that to their advantage. And let me tell you, if I had the information, I would put it out. If I was in that position of power to say yay or nay, whether or not to give it out, I would. Even though it would cost lives, there are children being abused and abducted. It needs to come out. Something needs to change. They are addicted to the infrastructure that is created. It's like this, okay? This is America. America is cake. It's beautiful cake. It has frostings and decorations on it, and it's delicious, delicious buttercream cake. We love America. It's beautiful. We have cake, but the cake has become old and moldy and disgusting. That is what has happened. So it's like, well, do we take the cake and throw it out and make a new cake? Or do we keep the cake that we have and we say, hey, it's all right because we still have cake, but the cake is moldy and disgusting. That's what they're doing. They're opting for the moldy, disgusting cake instead of baking a new one. Elites are human fucking weirdos. They have no feelings. They're fake humans. I think they just know that they're above the law. They are easily manipulated. They know that it's a big club and that's how you get into it. Guinea Marie says, let's rebuild. Maybe everything needs to come out just so that we can build it the correct way. I agree with that. You know, there's always going to be collateral damage. Even by doing nothing, there is collateral damage. Right? Wouldn't you agree with that? There's collateral damage. These children deserve to have a voice, deserve to be able to be found and rescued. Guinea Marie says, let's hunt the elites. All right, should we start a Hunger Games? What are we going to do? If we did that, man, they would be on us. Let me tell you this right now. The intelligence agencies are already watching this channel. I'll tell you that right now. I know 100%. I don't want to explain to you how or why, but I know. Let's witch hunt the elites. Yep, burn them at the stake. I cannot condone violence, okay? I cannot condone violence, but something has to be done. Revolution, right? The tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants from time to time. Guinea Marie says, take off their panties and make them eat it in a hot dog bun. Oh, this is what I love about Twitch. We can't say this stuff on TikTok. No way we could ever say this on TikTok. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. All right, so let's dive into this a little bit more. So what do we know? And I used TikTok for these sources because we were going to do this on TikTok, but now we're here. But I had already.
If there's no Epstein client list, then why did Prince Andrew pay a multi-million-dollar settlement to Virginia Giuffre, someone he claimed he never met? Why is Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in prison for trafficking underage victims to no one? And why was Epstein arrested in the first place if not for running an elite-level sex trafficking operation involving underage victims? The entire premise of this case was this: powerful people, young victims, private islands, secret flights, and a protected client list that's never seen the light of day. We have leaked flight logs that include names of celebrities, billionaires, former presidents, royals, and intelligence-linked operatives. We have a dead financier found in his jail cell under extraordinary circumstances. We have Ghislaine convicted, but not a single client exposed. Then we have Virginia Giuffre, the whistleblower, dead not long after her silence was bought by royal payoff. We're supposed to believe there's no bigger story here? No systemic cover-up? This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy without the theory. The breadcrumbs are there. From Lolita Express to the Virgin Islands, from sealed court documents to vanishing witnesses. The pieces are all in place. The only thing missing is accountability. This doesn't just read like a government cover-up. It reads like a Hollywood script written by someone who knows the audience won't ask as long as the lights stay on and the news cycle moves on. But some of us will always refuse to move on. Let me know your thoughts in the comments and make sure you follow for more.
Okay. There's more to it. But we'll start with that. Why would Maxwell be in prison for trafficking children if there's no one to traffic them to? Why? Why would Prince Andrew pay off someone that he allegedly never met? Right? There's so many holes in this story. Let's see. TikTok seller says, should be the Americans versus the government, but it's the Americans versus the other Americans, and the government instigates it so they won't get taken over. Exactly. When the people want to rise up against the king, they grab their pitchforks and they grab their torches and they march on the castle, and the king comes out and he says, the people with the torches are trying to take away your pitchforks. And then the people fight each other. That is what happens. It's a tale as old as time. You know, I used to have this shirt. I wish I still had it. I'm probably going to get it remade. and it was the American flag with the Punisher skull on the back. And on the front of it, it said, "Love your country, hate your government." Beautiful, powerful shirt. I'm getting it remade. I had that many, many years ago, and I wore it till it was a rag. I wore that every 4th of July for a very, very long time. Giddy Marie says, they brainwashed us to believe we live in an American dream. Meanwhile, we have a low quality of life. Yes. The lies don't make sense. I agree. The Queen dethroned him. Yeah. Prince Andrew, right? I hope one day enough people are educated. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this show, is to educate people, wake people up, have you understand what's going on. Because I believe the only way to fight this war is to become elite. Become part of the elite and beat them at their own game and rise to a position of power and take over the throne, so that way we can do something, right? The idea is to become wealthy in this and to not fall asleep. Don't let the money change who you are. The money hasn't changed me. It shouldn't change you either. Beat them in the market. We all know how to do it here. Exactly. Exactly. But you have to keep your eye on the prize. Understand what it is we're trying to accomplish here. Have an end game, an end goal in place. That it's not about just getting rich and then isolating yourself from the problem or joining the club. It's about getting rich and using it as a way to gain power, to take the power back. Do not lose sight of what we're doing here. Do not become one of them. You're better than that. This world deserves better than that. You have an opportunity to make a difference. Use your money in a positive way to make changes. Why do you think I do this show? I could literally quit today. I wanted to, but I can't. I could be on vacation right now, enjoying myself, but I don't. I know that's why you donate, and I appreciate it. I appreciate your donations. I appreciate your gifts. I appreciate your viewership, everything that you guys do. And don't stop watching this show. I won't give up if you don't. You guys obviously are here. We cannot acquiesce. We cannot become dormant. We must fight this fight in the way it is being fought. We must keep our eye on the prize. We must stay focused. We must not let the money change us. Don't let it change you. It didn't change me. I'm still here. Even with what happened today, I did not give up. And man, I feel stronger than ever after all that nonsense. Here we are. I'm telling you, there are spiritual forces trying to keep me from putting this out. I can feel the attack in my mind, not just on the show, but in my mind, trying to get me to quit doing this. And I cannot. I cannot. This is probably one of the most powerful shows that we've had doing this right now. And it's very important that we keep our eye on the prize. And I have to remind myself daily why I'm doing this. And I got to do the promotion. Subscribe to HelloFresh and use my promo code for 10 free meals and free add-ons for life. 1 item per box with active subscription. If you're in the U.S., outside of the U.S., the local discount will apply. Free meals applied as discount on the first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. Click the link there or the one on the screen to sign up for HelloFresh today. Make sure you use my promo code. By the way, when you sign up for that, the show receives $90 for each person. And that money is going to go towards, paying the staff and doing stuff. I didn't ever want to do ads, but we're kind of at that point where I have to. We have to. TikTok seller says it happens a lot with the show. I don't think it's coincidence. I agree. It hadn't happened for a very long time. And then the day I choose that we're going to do Epstein, boom, we're getting hit hard. I'm telling you, we are being watched. Not just by viewers, but these intelligence agencies are monitoring me, the Discord, the lives, the shows. I'm telling you. I know I sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist person, but I know things. And because I know things and I have this platform, they are watching me. They want to make sure what I'm talking about, because there are things that I could expose that would it would be bad. What's the spiritual force? The spiritual force is the mental anguish that I have to endure doing this show, the stress, the lack of wanting to continue. There are spiritual forces at play here fighting me in my mind. This is a war being fought in our minds, ladies and gentlemen, and I can feel when those spiritual forces are fighting against me in my own brain, telling me, just give up, go enjoy the money, be retired, go on vacation, do nothing. I can't do nothing. I refuse to do nothing. I will not give up. I know I said it today that it was taking a toll on me, but I won't give up. Here we are now. And I'm more fired up than I ever have been right now. I got my second wind. I'm ready to keep fighting. There are times where I'm just like, man, I'm broken down, and like I'm just pouring out of pocket on this. And what am I doing? Guinea Marie, earlier we had to restart the live like 3 times because we kept getting banned on TikTok for unoriginal content, when literally all we were doing was looking at the charts and doing technical analysis. That's what they do. They write you up as a crazy person if you say stuff. Exactly. And that's why they're monitoring what we're doing here. That's why they're watching. Because I do know things. I have a lot of NDAs for a lot of not just powerful companies, powerful people. And, I have to be very careful of what I talk about, but I do know things. And that's why I know, and when I say things and I'm just like, I know this is happening, it's because I know things. I can't tell you what it is, but I do know. Yeah, trying to get rid of people saying a crash is coming will warn you. Exactly. Why do they have so much control? They've had control for a very long time. They control. You do understand that the age of social media is a new thing, okay? For hundreds of years, they've had complete control of the narrative. If you saw the news, there was only a few publications and they were all, work together in cahoots, and they've had control of it. Look at what happened with Kennedy, Martin Luther King, They've had this control for a very long time. And for the first time in history, we have decentralized news media. And that's why I chose to make this show a news media outlet. Because decentralized media is what this world needs. We need to be able to get the truth out. We need to have a way to have this free speech, and we don't even have it. We have to come onto this platform in order to have the free speech. And TikTok is the only place that we can get the new viewers. That's why we have to migrate here constantly. And even now, TikTok I had to sign a contract where I'm not allowed to draw people away from TikTok anymore. That's why you never hear me promoting about Twitch anymore, because I had to sign a contract. I had a dream. There's a few nukes in America. There's one in LA, NYC, and Chicago. It was so real. I don't think so. Obviously, dreams are dreams, but right now, maybe it's something that happens in the future. TikTok seller says, I wasn't alive before independent news existed, thank God. Yeah, but it's also a double-edged sword. Because of it, the fake news is running rampant. And these platforms, they prop up the fake news and they suppress the real news. That's why this show is so suppressed, because we tell the truth here. Marie, if that was true about the nukes, we would know, okay? Just like when there was like all that stuff going on about a missing nuke, things would be happening. TikTok seller says, oh yeah, for sure. Like people on Twitter just make up stuff, TikTok, etc. Exactly. The people that are pumping XRP to the moon and all that, they are propped up, right? The people that are just like feeding the moon cheese to people are propped up. They are given massive amounts of viewership. They are promoted. They make tons of money. And because we don't do that, we are not propped up. This show is magnificent, right? The production quality is impeccable. I feel like I'm a pretty good entertainer, if you ask me, and that this is a great quality show. Yet it is consistently suppressed because of what we talk about. And that's why I rely on you guys to donate and to like and share and gift and do all the things that you do. We require it, because without it, there is no show. If I had it my way, I wouldn't ask for anything. I wouldn't even promote the HelloFresh stuff. But because we tell the truth, we have to do that. We have to go above and beyond with it. And originally, I never wanted to have any ads. I never wanted to ask for any gifts. I never wanted to do any of that. I wanted to be able to come up here, say whatever, and whatever happened, happened. But unfortunately, the suppression is so hard and the forces against us is so strong, we have to. I don't want anything from you guys, but unfortunately, this is where it's at. So we are PBS. We are supported by viewers like you. You guys make this possible. Without you, we have nothing here. And all of this dies. And we've come so close for it to die. But I won't give up. If you guys don't give up on me, I won't give up on you. But we have to grow this community so that the burden is not just all on your shoulders. We can diversify it out amongst the masses. And that's why I went out. I printed up these cards to hand out. I'm handing them out in parking lots. I'm meeting with people everywhere I go. I have these with me, and I'm trying to get the show out. These aren't free. These are expensive. And that's why I'm going to Rare Evo to go hand these out and do interviews and do all of that stuff. And why I'm trying to speak at TwitchCon, or at least go to TwitchCon and pass out these things. That is why I'm doing all of this. It is costing me so much more than what I'm getting out of it, but I believe in what we're doing. And I know that we're doing the right thing, and I cannot stop. I'm at a point where I'm like, if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I already can't sleep at night. I would not be able to live with myself. I would not be able to continue as a human being, because I will know that I have this studio here and the ability to reach people and change their lives, and I did nothing. I cannot do that. I must continue no matter what comes against me, no matter how discouraged I get. I will continue and I will not give up. So don't give up on me. Let's work together. Let's grow this thing. Share the show with your friends, man. Tell your friends and family members, not just click the share button on TikTok, you know? Go out and talk to people. Tell them, hey, I'm watching this show. This podcast is incredible. It's changed my life. That type of rhetoric will change everything. I will not give up if you guys don't give up. I will continue to press. I will continue to dig my heels into the ground because it's the right thing to do. All right, back to Epstein. So there's a second part of what this guy was talking about. So we talked about, you know, Maxwell being in prison and the prince and all that stuff, right? So there's more to it. So let's take a listen here.
If there's no Epstein client list, then why did JP Morgan Chase pay $290 million to the Epstein victims and another $75 million to Virgin Islands? Banks don't pay out that kind of money unless there's a paper trail. If there's no Epstein client list, then why did the Department of Justice admit under oath that they seized over 30 hard drives and dozens of blackmail tapes from Epstein's Manhattan mansion? Tapes labeled with names, faces, dates, and still not a single name released to the public. If there's no Epstein client list, then why hasn't Epstein's longtime assistant Sarah Kellen, who personally scheduled the flights and booked the girls, even after multiple survivors named her as a key figure, she's never been charged, never testified, and somehow she's still free? You're trying to tell us that this is all random, that these videos, the payoffs, and the victims all exist, but the clients don't. This isn't just a cover-up. This is a system protecting itself, and some of us will never move on until we get answers. Let me know your thoughts in the comments and follow for more.
I won't move on. I won't. And that's why we're going to do donations 50% all to victims of child sex trafficking. Wow, I can actually say that. Trafficking of children. The most disgusting thing in this world. That's why, and we're probably going to do that for a few months, maybe till the end of the year. Donations are going to be going to that cause. And so long as I can afford to keep all of this afloat, it'll be 50% throughout the month. For now, this entire month, 50% of what comes in will go toward that. And I am researching to find the best place to put that money because I want it to actually work and not just go to pay ads to whatever company and line nonprofits' pockets. I want it to actually go and do some good. And TikTok seller, thank you for your donation. I don't know how much you sent, but I do appreciate you. Yeah, I got your Venmo. Thank you very much. If you guys are interested in sending a donation, I'm going to put it in the chat here. Bear with me just a second. All right. So if any of you want to give, that's the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Send it there. 50% of what we earn this month from that will go to helping children that are being trafficked. And we may change to like one for just like victims. I don't know. But it will go there. And you've seen in the past, we've given to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Okay. I'm a man of my word. Okay. I'm not here about the money. Okay. I want to make a difference in the world and in the community. And when we raise this money, like, you should feel good giving not only to this show, but also to these organizations. Because I feel amazing when I'm like, man, look at all the money we raised. And we're a small show right now. We will get much bigger. I know we will. It's going to take a lot of work. We're going to have to continue grinding at this, but I'm okay with that. But when we do those things and we make that difference, that's what fuels my fire and keeps me going. All right, back to it. Let's see here. This guy right here. This is the sniper guy. His take is really good on this.
Okay, everybody, breaking news. The Trump administration has said Epstein killed himself and that there is no Epstein client list and no information will be released out of protection for privacy and for the victims. Now, some people are immediately suggesting, oh, Trump must be on the Epstein list. Well, wait a second.
So that means one of two things is true, Charlie. Either you and people like you, mega influencers, mega podcasters, the Trump administration and Trump himself has been lying to the American people for 6 fucking years about the Epstein list. That it's some deep state conspiracy and a bunch of Democrats are on the list, demon rats, and how they're all predators. Either that's true or Donald Trump is on that list. And I find it very interesting that Elon Musk tweeted this. And I find it even more interesting that although Donald Trump is on that list, and I find it very interesting that Elon Musk tweeted this.
Elon Musk tweeted, "Time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they do not have, or they have not made it public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump." All right. And I believe him. Have you seen the pictures of him with the children? It's disgusting. It's like Joe Biden sniffing the little girls. Remember when Joe Biden used to sniff their hair and stuff? Joe Biden was in on it. So was Trump.
And I find it even more interesting that although Donald Trump has sued 1,600 people, and a lot of those for defamation, he has not sued Elon Musk for that damning tweet. And the
Donald Trump is sue crazy, especially for defamation. Anyone that defames him, he sues them, but not Elon. No, that would be a problem, and here's why.
Damning tweet. And the reason that he hasn't sued him is because if he did, that would open up a discovery period, and the courts would review the Epstein files and the Epstein client list. So why hasn't Trump sued Elon? And if you're MAGA, come on. At some point, you need to acknowledge that you have been lied to by daddy, or daddy is a fucking terrible person. Because it's one of those two things. But don't worry, in 6 months, your memory's gonna be wiped, and you're gonna find yourself confusingly saying, "It was the Democrats that told us there was a client list." Just watch.
Okay, everybody, breaking news. The Trump administration has
Very powerful. That's exactly what happens. People just forget. People literally blame the COVID shot on Joe Biden, when Trump is the one that did Operation Warp Speed. Trump did warp speed. Trump locked us down, exactly. But everyone blames Joe Biden. That's the problem, is people are brainwashed. TikTok seller says, I was uneducated during COVID and got fed the MAGA crap. A lot of us did. It's a uniparty. That's why I'm like, okay, Elon Musk's American Party, I'm about it. And even then, I am reluctant because I don't trust anyone. After this, I can never trust any politician or millionaire again. I don't trust Elon. I've been saying this for years. I'll tell you what. For years, I was like, I don't trust Elon, don't like, and everyone was like, oh no, he's great and all this stuff. I'm like, he's trying to put brain chips in people. I don't trust him. He's the developer of Skynet. I don't trust him either. I think the Elon Musk party thing is just the next MAGA march. Giddy Marie says, Elon Musk seems robotic. And she says, Bernie, by the way. I don't trust Bernie either. Bernie used to be legit, okay? When he was just a regular dude, right? And he used to always say, the millionaires and billionaires, right? Now he doesn't say the millionaires and billionaires. He says the billionaires. Why? Because he became a millionaire. I don't trust him. Bernie's a socialist. Bernie has flip-flopped so much. I don't trust any of them. You know what I trust? I trust that people eventually, if they get the information, will wake up and do something. You're not going to find the answers in a candidate. You're not going to find the answers in a politician. You're not going to find the answers on TikTok. You might find some of the answers here on this show, but you're not going to find every answer here on this show. I am not perfect. No one is perfect. You have to look into your heart and realize that something is wrong and start making changes in your own life. That is what will change things. Change the way you raise your children. Change the TV you watch. Change the channel on your TikTok. Get off TikTok. TikTok seller says that's why it doesn't matter who we elect unless we reset. I agree. Revolution. We need revolution. It doesn't matter who you elect. Doesn't matter who you vote for, who you follow. We need to rewrite it all. We need to keep the Constitution, but everything else needs to go. The Constitution is beautiful. It's a living, breathing document. It cannot, or it can be changed, and it can adapt. Everyone says, oh, that's an old document. It's useless now. It's become useless because it's Swiss cheese, because they've used so many different ways to subvert it. We need to do away with all laws. We need to go back to the original law. Do no harm and take no bullshit. That's where we need to get back to. And we need to be able to stand up for that right and be willing to lose our lives and our freedom if need be. The problem is you get a speeding ticket and you say it's easier to just pay it than to go fight it in court. You get a whatever it is. All these laws are unconstitutional. Nearly all of them. Look at the gun laws, right? Oh, you can't own, machine guns, and you can't have this, and you can't have suppressors, you can't do all this stuff, right? Says who? Because last time I checked, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. Yet we allow our rights to be infringed upon every day. Do you understand what inalienable means? It's not unalienable. It's inalienable. We have inalienable rights, which means they are rights that cannot be taken away from us because they are not granted. We are not granted rights by the government. Those rights are bestowed upon us at birth. They're given to us by God. Those rights cannot be taken away because they were not written in the first place. They were not given to you. You did not get rights one day. You always had those rights. But those rights are infringed upon daily. All right, is there any more here? I think that's it. All right, let's take this last portion. Let's do a little TA. Anybody want a project they want me to look at? I'll tell you this right now. I have a feeling things are coming down. We got our nice little move up, and now they're going to come down. Guinea Marie says, we literally are all immigrants and the Native Americans are the citizens. Well, here's the thing is, that's anywhere. Who was here before Native Americans, okay? People move around and change places all the time, okay? We're all human beings here on Earth. Everyone has the right to be and exist, period. We're deporting because nonsense. We drew imaginary lines and put up walls and said, this is where the rules stop at this line. Those rules over there, we segregated ourselves. That's why we're having deportations. We stopped seeing each other as the human being and human race and started seeing ourselves as this group and that group. We stopped seeing each other as fellow man and started seeing each other as enemies. And I get it. Not everyone's going to agree with you. You're not going to be able to legislate away violence. You're not going to be able to legislate away theft. You can make it so that people do things, whatever, but those things are going to happen. We need to get back to the time where if shit happened, you had to deal with it because there were consequences to it that the individual handled. Not the state, not the government. You didn't do something against somebody because there were repercussions of it. Back in the Wild West, man, if you shot somebody's dad and you didn't kill their son, you knew that they were going to come, that son would grow up one day and hunt you down. There were consequences to our actions. And don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life. 1 item per box with active subscription. If you're in the U.S., outside of the U.S., the local discount will apply. Free meals applied as discount on the first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. Click the link and use my promo code to get your HelloFresh today. God, I hate doing that. I really hate doing ads. I mean, it's great. Like, if you guys, by the way, I hate doing ads. HelloFresh is actually awesome. Okay. HelloFresh is awesome. I've lost 60 pounds. All right. And I'm eating healthy, loving life. I don't have to cook dinner. It's great. All right. But I wish that we didn't have to do ads in order to support this show. But I can't financially sustain everything we're doing here forever. Eventually it's got to become profitable. And thank God I came up with the idea of having you guys just give donations directly. That just changed everything because the platforms were taking most of it. Now it's like, okay, when you give to me, I get more of a percentage from it. That's why I give to the donations, because I'm like, I'd rather take a portion and give it to something that's a good cause instead of giving it to fuck talk. Excuse my language. I'm really pissed off at TikTok right now. Even Twitch, man. Twitch takes a much smaller percentage. I get like 75% of the revenue here on Twitch, whereas TikTok takes 60%. 60% of whatever comes in on TikTok. And on TikTok, it's like pocket change that I get. Get like $5-10, maybe 20, you know. It's ridiculous the money that they take. Yeah, they should be taking like less than 10%. I think they should be taking 3%. I think these platforms are just greedy. Think of all the people out there that are creators that are making content. If they took 3%, the quality of TikTok would be so much better. But because it's not about quality, it's about quantity. You should always be about quality over quantity. That's why Kick exists still, because the cuts are a lot better. Yeah, I was thinking about doing Kick. I don't know. We have to go somewhere where we're actually going to get viewership. That's the problem, is like we're here on Twitch, but nobody's watching. Everybody that's here on Twitch is from TikTok, and no new viewerships coming from Twitch. Every once in a while, you know, people will click in for a little bit, but then they're gone. And TikTok seems to be the only platform where you can get new viewership, but they take all the freaking money. So it's like not profitable. And then on top of it, they're suppressing the show because we're telling the truth. We're not feeding the moon cheese, which makes it even harder because now they're just like, oh, not this guy, someone else. It's difficult. This is very difficult and draining as a creator. Guinea Marie says you're not going to get viewership because you don't go along with the Kool-Aid. I know. But I'm not here for viewership to be liked. I'm here for viewership to get the message out. That's the difference. My currency is not in likes. My currency is helping mankind. Being a good person. Helping people. That's what it's all about. It's all about helping people. That's the whole purpose of this show. I don't need to help myself. I'm doing quite the opposite. And I'm afraid that if this doesn't become profitable, that I won't be able to financially continue doing it because I have to maintain myself and my responsibilities financially in order to continue to do this 4 hours a day. Otherwise, I got to go back and get a job because I'm eating into everything that I've made for myself. And I know at some point it will become unsustainable. It's getting dangerously close to that point. Anyone that's in crypto does not want to hear it's not going to the moon. I know. They want to get rich quick. They don't want to put in the work. They want to throw $5 at something and wake up one day and it's $50 million. That's just not how it works. That's what they think, and that's what they're being fed. It's terrible. But that's why I do this. I want to help people. I want to wake them up. You guys are here. You guys woke up to it. You know? Other people will wake up. Other people will follow. Other people will open their eyes. It's just going to take extra work. And it's going to take a lot of money. But I'm okay with it. I will keep going because I know it's the right thing to do. And, you know, I'm creating something. I'm creating something that will be timeless. All of this is being saved. And one day when I'm gone from this world, this will be the only thing that exists from what I leave behind, other than my children, obviously, but it'll be something that my children can look back on. One day they'll be able to go back and look and see my face, even when I'm gone. TikTok seller says, I just think what would happen if I'd kept instead of clicking on your live. I know, right? You'd kept scrolling instead of clicking, right? You'd probably be broke. Probably be broke. Look at you now. All that hard-earned TikTok money would have went to TikTok and would have went into some billionaires' pockets. You changed my life fast, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I ever want to do. If I only helped one of you, then I did a good job. Simont says, totally agree with you. I remember your story about your grandpa and what you are trying to accomplish in life. That's the whole purpose, man. I'm financially okay. So I'm like, what can I do now? Do I just spend it on yacht parties? You know, do I go buy a boat and hang out and party, or do I do something positive with my life? Heard about what story? My grandpa? Man, my grandpa was an amazing man. He was a pastor on the streets here in California, in one of the hardest cities in Southern California. Go look up the most dangerous city in California. That's where. I'll give you a hint. It's not LA. Yeah. And he fed the homeless every Sunday, not missing a single Sunday, or from 1983 to 2007. Every single, no, Southern California. I'll tell you what, it's San Bernardino, California. San Bernardino, California, my grandfather fed the homeless every single Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Never missed a single Sunday. And I'll tell you what, he was working with another church, and there were these old ladies that would make the sandwiches. Every Saturday they would get together, they'd have a Bible study, and they'd make these sandwiches. They made egg salad and bologna sandwiches, and it would be a whole loaf, whole bread loaf, and all the sandwiches would be in there. And I mean, they were cheap sandwiches, man. It was just bread, bologna, bread. That was your sandwich, you know, no cheese, no nothing, but that's what they had. Have a good night. And every Sunday I'd go with my grandpa, and he'd preach, and at the end of it he'd hand out the food, right? And I mean, we're talking about big crowds, hundreds of people. And one Sunday, the politics in the church, they didn't like that the homeless people were showing up to church. They were stinking up the building, right? Because they were starting to hear about the church and wanting to be in church and wanting to do something better with their lives. So they started showing up in the building. Oh, and they couldn't have that. Oh, no. We can't be having the homeless people come here. You're supposed to keep them out there in the wild. So the church was like, didn't make the sandwiches one Sunday. And my grandfather said, oh, we're still feeding the homeless. Never missed a Sunday. We went down into the basement and just started pulling out cans, man. And I mean, some of these, who knows how expired it was or whatever, but we were just pulling out cans. They didn't even have labels on them. We just started cracking them open and pouring them in a pot. And we made this big pot of chili. And I'll tell you what, to this day, that is the best dang chili I've ever had in my life. I'm telling you. And I've had good chili, man. I don't know. It was blessed. And it was just some old expired canned goods. And to this day, it was the best chili I'd ever had in my life. And we had so much. It was it was a miracle. Talk about a miracle. That one I saw with my own two eyes. Not only did God multiply the food in the quantity, but he multiplied the flavor as well. It was so good. I do not know why it was good, but it was incredible. And that was a miracle. God likes to do miracles with feeding people. Simon says, got to keep his legacy through you, Oz. I'm pretty sure he had some days he wanted to throw in the towel. Oh, I know he did. I know he did. I was there. I saw it, and he kept going. Where do you think I get my tenacity? I tell you, man. My grandfather changed his name to Nobody at All because the church started fighting against him. They didn't want him bringing in the homeless people, so they took away his accreditation as a minister. And so instead of being pastor, he went down and legally changed his name to Nobody at All. And he said, I don't need a title to preach and feed people. I don't need a name. And to this day, like in that community, if you mention Nobody, everybody knows who he was. He was the GOAT. And I miss him dearly. You know, I know you guys have been around here a long time. You know how I got the GOAT name because I used to baa like a goat for the goats? And I was trying to come up with a name for the show and like a name on TikTok. And you guys dubbed me Oz the Crypto Goat, right? It was someone in the chat gave me that name. And I had other options I was looking into, but I chose the GOAT. And you know why I did? I didn't choose it because I think I'm the greatest of all time. You know why I chose the GOAT? The GOAT represents sacrifice. Sacrifice. I have sacrificed so much for this show. The people that work here, for the viewers, for my children. I sacrificed time from my children, from vacationing. It's all a sacrifice. And it's because I care. And I'm okay with it. If this show makes me broke, I'll still keep doing it. Love you guys. Don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life, 1 per box with active subscription. If you're in the US, the local discounts will apply. Free meals applied as discount. First box, new subscribers, varies by plan. Have a good night, guys. Simon says, this is the true meaning of someone that's called the GOAT. Thank you. It takes a lot of sacrifice to be called the GOAT. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Thank you, fam. Have a good night.